Senator, engage your two mics, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in framing his contribution to the budget debate, the Prime Minister told the nation that the world order as we knew it had changed, that he knew the present state of world affairs was troubling to most Jamaicans, and that seeming unfairness appears to characterize the new order. But, Mr. President, when has this not been so? While he said, quote, "Our historic colonial experiences create an almost instinctive reflex that we will be victims in a world where raw power is dismantling the protection of a rules-based system," he seems not to have understood that even in the so-called rules-based order, people like us were never protected from raw power. The Prime Minister said he was concerned about how we were going to navigate this space and do more than just survive, but thrive, and that we must learn from our past to do so. He tried to give us a history lesson, Mr. President, but I am the teacher. Mr. President, we on this side know where we are coming from as a people. We know that colonialism and slavery brought brutal violence into our midst as a norm, made us poor, made us self-doubting, made us think deeply about what a different world built on freedom, equal rights, and justice could look like. We know our ancestors looked to the mountains and knew if they could make it to the top, they would be free. In other words, they always had sight of a better world and were willing to fight for this land. We, the descendants of Africans enslaved in the Americas, know that the road is long and rough. 400 years, Mr. President, but we never get weary. We will always resist injustice. On that long road, Mr. President, there were always those who would take the side of people with power. The plantation owners, the colonizers, the imperialists. There were always those willing to sell out the struggle so they could get some power or likes for themselves. Those who Erna Bradber has told us were, quote, not uncomfortable with the myths of the master's superiority. We have to always ask ourselves, Mr. President, what side of history are we on? Jamaican people must at this time ask themselves, are they on the side of justice and equality, or are they propping up the powerful and hurting the weak? Mr. President, the PM likes to engage in revisionist history. In plain Jamaican language, him like make up things. He suggested that Michael Manley mash up Jamaica, but we must mash down that lie. And to mash it down, we must tell the truth. The truth, Mr. President, will set us free. Let us start with the 1960s. Mr. President, the Prime Minister proudly declared that Bustamante's statement, "We are with the West," was somehow a principled one. Wasn't the West responsible for our colonization, our enslavement and oppression? Weren't our brothers and sisters in Africa fighting to free themselves from the West? In the Prime Minister's optimistic reading of the stewardship of the Jamaica Labour Party in the first 10 years of independence, he said, quote, "The period between 1962 and 1972 saw political stability, the fastest pace of growth and development of the Jamaican economy and the build-out of our institutions," end quote. Mr. President, we must smash down these lies. In actuality, the fastest period of growth was in the 1950s, continued into the 60s, and it began to slow towards the end of the decade. Mr. President, you might remember the Ethiopian song, "Everything Crash." That was released in 1968. And what did they say? They said everybody was on strike, down to the policeman. They said, and what go on by the morning can't come go the evening. Poverty rose in the 60s. Urbanization surged. And between 1962 and 72, unemployment almost doubled, rising from approximately 13% to 22%. People lacked piped water. Illiteracy was at 53% in 1970. No black person could work as a teller in a bank. People lived in squalor and had little access to decent housing. Yes, this was a time of growth. But more critically for the descendants of Africans enslaved in Jamaica, it was a time of great inequality and impoverishment. The 1960s were a turbulent political period which saw black people shut out of power. In 1963, Bustamante sent the police and the army to hunt Rastafarians in what became known as Bad Friday. They were tortured and killed, Mr. President. Bustamante banned black nationalist books, including Black Beauty. And his successor, Hugh Shearer, banned Walter Wardney for what he called bringing alien black power ideologies to Jamaica. And when the youth rose up, marching from the University of the West Indies to Jamaica House and were joined by the downtrodden along the way, Shearer turned the police on them.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Mr. President, I know you to be, I know you to often give us some latitude in our debates, and I acknowledge that the Speaker raised a point from Prime Minister's presentation, but I do believe she has gone far and wide. We're now in the 60s. I believe she may be coming up to the 70s. And my point of order is it's not relevant. It's not relevant. I'm explaining the basis of my point of order, Senator Scott Martley, which I'm entitled to do.
That's not for you to say what's relevant. Not for you to say that. Continue.
It was the 1960s, Mr. President, when the then Minister of Development, Edward Seaga, built housing in West Kingston for his people. And to do so, he bulldozed the shacks in the shanties, burned them to the ground, and sent the police to take children away from their parents after they had been forced to sleep in Maypen Cemetery and on the sidewalks. The irony, Mr. President, is that the beneficiaries of this displacement and violence who loyally defended the Jamaica Labour Party under garrison politics would later become victims of state violence. We cannot forget the 2010 Tivoli incursion, Mr. President. 73 dead in just 3 days. 73 in just 3 days. Mr. President, does the colonial violence of the 1960s have anything to do with the violence?
Senator Tim. Yes, Senator Sinclair.
I am raising, and you did not rule on the point of order that was raised by... No, he did not. No. I'm raising it again. I'm raising it again, Mr. President, that we are here debating a bill that is referred to as an act to apply a sum out of the consolidated fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2027, and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament. The comments that have been made by the learned senator across the floor, well, she says she's a teacher, Mr. President, is not relevant to the bill that we have before us. And the fact that it may have been raised or comments made in the other place, this is another place. And we have our own standing orders that must be applied. And I'm asking you to make a specific and distinct ruling on the issue of relevance to the bill that
Senator Tim, Senator Tim, when the Point of order was raised by Senator Golden Campbell. I didn't make a ruling on it because I thought that you would have taken just a guidance from it. I'm going to ask that you specifically deal with the legislation that is before us. The history lesson, we appreciate, but you need to stick to the legislation before us. And once again, hear what I'm telling you. I'm not ruling, I'm giving you a little advice, but if you continue, I will have to make a ruling on it.
Mr. President, the Prime Minister gave us some context for the budget debate, and I thought it important to speak to the context in order to speak to the provisions within the budget. And the context is very important to understanding where we are today. The question is, how will your side be remembered by history? I know for sure that Michael Manley was remembered well. The data tells us so. 3 years after he died, people in this country said he was the Prime Minister who had done the most for the lot of Jamaican people. It really strikes us, and we have to ask why the Prime Minister is so concerned with Michael Manley. We would like to know why he is so concerned with Michael Manley, and one really has to wonder whether the Prime Minister bad mind Michael. We have to wonder if the Prime Minister bad mind Michael. And I really have to say one thing, and that is that he should take his mind off of Michael so that we can talk about the present. In the 1970s, under democratic socialism, that the Prime Minister had a problem with, the Prime Minister told us I am well employed, Senator Pitts. I don't need to sing for my supper. I don't know about you.
Stop your noise, Charles. Stop your noise. Talk too much. Stop your noise.
Senator Tim, do not be distracted. You need to just get to your point in relation to the bill before us, and let's move on. Senator Sinclair, your behavior is very uncharacteristic,
As someone
Or it
who
is
wants to
very
be
well
president of the
characteristic.
Senate, huh? And you want to be president of the Senate.
So let's talk about education, which the Prime Minister in the 1970s implemented. Free education to the tertiary level so that people like our current Prime Minister, who according to him started in a one-room board house, could buy a decent house without turning to scamming. And there was also Jamal, in addition to free education, that attended to the adult illiteracy that was very high in the 1970s. And that Jamal program was mobilizing people to work with those who were less educated in order to improve them. That was democratic socialism. But where are we in education today? In his budget presentation last week, the Leader of Opposition reminded us that, quote, a third of children leave primary school functionally illiterate and illiterate. Less than 20% of students get 5 CSEC subjects, including math and English, and only around 16% of Jamaicans achieve tertiary qualifications. It seems to me, Mr. President, that while we were going in the right direction in the 1970s, we are now on the wrong path. Breaking ground on two STEAM schools as promised by the Prime Minister will not address the gaps which currently exist, especially for those areas hard hit by Melissa and still facing high absence rates. STEAM is an approach to education It doesn't need a special school, Mr. President.
Apartheid.
In fact, it should be mainstreamed within the education system. It is not a fix to an education system that does not even guarantee literacy. Why then, Mr. President, is the Prime Minister wanting to blame the challenges of Jamaica today on the 1970s when so much was achieved for working people? In Jamaica today, you talk about the NIR, you talk about macroeconomic indicators, but what do those mean for ordinary people? In the Jamaica being built by the current administration, where macroeconomics are said to be great, where by 2030 it should be the place people choose to work and build families, women are refusing to have babies. Mr. President, you would recall the Prime Minister's recent call for the diaspora to come and fill the population gap. The Health Minister, who is overseeing the destruction of public health, reports dramatic increases in substance abuse since 2016, and deaths by despair to suicide are on the rise. Hospitals have no beds, medicine, or drinking water for patients. If water was so cheap, Mr. President, why isn't it available? With all the touting of numbers about the decline in poverty, now that we have the 2023 Survey of Living Conditions, we see that whereas 8.2% of the population falls below the poverty line, another 9.5% are just above it, meaning 17.7% of the population are critically poor. The poverty line for an individual was estimated at about $5,000 per week in 2023. When compared to 2019, the growth in expenditure was less than inflation. Worse still, food consumption makes up a greater portion of poor people's spending, and food inflation was higher than overall inflation. In the world built by this administration, there are luxury apartments all about, high into the sky and way beyond the reach of the majority, the middle class included. Where is the affordable housing we were promised 10 years ago, Mr. President? Senator Hill speaks of productivity, and Senator Tomlinson, you spoke to the waste of hours that people spend in traffic, and you suggested that they have blue lights to avoid it. But it's important to say that they had them installed, Mr. President. They are creating inequality in the system. Public transportation is both dangerous and inefficient. People cannot afford nutritious diets. Hotels and private individuals control the beach, and the masses of the people are denied access. The tourism minister has consistently boasted about the success of tourism, yet tourism workers have had to take to the streets in recent times to secure improved wages and working conditions. They are mainly non-unionized contract workers subject to the vulnerabilities of the sector to external shocks, including natural disasters. How does this budget fix these problems? It doesn't even start, Mr. President. Mr. President, the government's Melissa rebuilding plans do not inspire confidence that things will be changed in the interest of the people. Though the Prime Minister reiterated the PNP's manifesto call to broaden the economic base, his flagship projects spoke mainly of expanding tourism and highways to get tourists across the island. Relatedly, Mr. President, the Prime Minister framed the conflict around beach access as a planning issue. But this is not a planning issue. It is about the structure of the economy and society which the administration intends to intensify. This administration has overseen the accelerated privatization of coastal lands, and the Prime Minister last week told us of plans to expand that tourism model in the so-called resurgence after Melissa. Those plans do not give confidence that the tabled beach access policy will actually expand access. When the PM spoke of Black River, and it has been mentioned here this morning, Mr. President, I found it most fantastical. He extolled the Georgian wooden houses along its waterfront, the masonry, mercantile buildings, the civic structures of the sea, which he said all spoke to a town of character, history, and dignity. Dignity, Mr. President? The landscape was littered with relics from slavery, and now we are meant to imagine it as a place of boutique hotels and restaurants. What is a place for locals in the town, Mr. President? Will they serve as at these restaurants and hotels? Has the government asked the people if this is what they want for their town? Will Black River become an apartheid space? We have been promised an export port in St. Thomas and the expansion of Kingston Freeport Terminal, but what about the export products? How will Jamaica improve its export capacity for the future? Mr. President, once again, I suspect history will not be on the side of this administration. We are already seeing the effects of the JLP's rule in the form of apathy. Under this administration, we have seen the worst voter turnouts in Jamaica's electoral history. We have, since 2020, effectively had a government in power with a minority of the population having voted to bring them there, and you celebrate. Civil society is in decline. People are afraid to speak against wrongs committed by the state. When they do, they are called terrorists or bad men. It is not only people who are attacked, so too our institutions that uphold democracy, such as the Integrity Commission. Mr. President, the Prime Minister has a mega ministry under him, effectively giving him more power than seen before in Jamaica's democracy. Several times the opposition has had to take the government to court to respect the constitutional provisions of this land. And as I listened to the Prime Minister's blast of acronyms related to Melissa reconstruction, the one called FAST especially raised concerns about accountability and transparency in government. He said FAST will allow the government to engage with unsolicited proposals from investors. Would Market Me have fallen under this category? I say to the people of Jamaica, we have seen the government's approach to governance over the last 10 years, and now more than ever, it is on all of us to be vigilant in giving oversight to government actions. We have been hearing how Jamaica has built one of the most credible macroeconomic frameworks in the developing world. In other words, we might now claim ourselves to be poster boys of the international financial system, historically set up to favor the rich. It is this credibility, the Prime Minister said, that secured $6.7 billion in financing after Melissa. How much of this promised package has materialized? The government sent a big delegation to Panama at the end of January to attend CAF's conference. What is the status of the $1 billion loan from CAF? Senator Hill told us that the president of CAF was his friend, and all we had to do was pay to upgrade our membership to get the loan. Well, how is that going, Senator Hill? I am not misquoting you. I am not misquoting you. Senator Duncan this morning expressed concern about public sector wages in the budget, but debt payment takes up a significant portion of the budget. It is the second largest item at $379 billion, or a quarter of the budget. Multilateral and bilateral loans account for 28% of total debt. Mr. President, why haven't we used the credibility the government says we have in the international community to secure debt relief after the passage of Melissa? We are often told how unprecedented the storm was. It means, therefore, that we should rethink things like the commitment to debt to GDP ratio of 60% in the near future. Mr. President, to quote the Prime Minister, debt servicing has come at tremendous socioeconomic cost to our populations, which have borne the burden of steep cuts in public expenditures. Mr. President, the Prime Minister is on record many times calling for the redesign of an international financial architecture that he says is, quote, fundamentally flawed, which unfairly penalizes countries like Jamaica with high borrowing costs while ignoring our vulnerabilities. Is it now the time to call for more justice, as Michael Manley did with the call for the new international economic order? Mr. President, the Prime Minister claims his administration's foreign policy serves our economic interests. He told us that foreign policy is about having a clear framework of principles and values. But what are these principles and values guiding us, and whose interests do they serve? We see it in the naming of Professor Peter Blair Henry, in that he is a fellow at the most conservative and Republican-affiliated Hoover institution. What will more neoliberal thinking or trickle-down economics mean for ordinary people in this country? Our mission on this side is to serve the many, not the few. And we know that real transformation, indeed, decolonization is needed to achieve development. Mr. President, the leader of the opposition's proposals on climate reparations are critical to consider, both as a way to advocate for ourselves in the world and a way to rethink our society. Global discourses of climate reparations have not left out the need for debt relief. Climate reparations should also be thought of in terms of local inequalities, climate-friendly futures, righting historical injustices, and gender justice that alters the power relations between men and women. We must very carefully consider the forms of repair we should seek, given our history and now after Melissa. Mr. President, you know how the Prime Minister's speech, and we've heard it repeated here this morning, was titled From Resilience to Resurgence. I think we should question the premise. Jamaican people, women especially, know this resilience argument well. It tells them to go and hold the fort because they're tough. When you can't take licks, when you're resilient. It hides our burdens. The Prime Minister said resilience is defensive. It is the capacity to absorb a blow and remain standing. Resurgence is forward-leaning, he said. Isn't it time, Mr. President, to seek to build a world where people, women, are not taking blows? We should ask the people of Jamaica what kind of future they want to lean into. And we must be clear, a nation is not built with concrete, Mr. President.
Right.
When do we get to focus on repair of a different nature? When do we build back differently? When do we hear a Prime Minister speak of care work as a building block of this nation? The teachers, nurses, doctors, mothers who do caring work, those who feed us should be at the center of our agendas. Over and over in budget debates and in the public, this side has called for the government to provide cushioning to the people. The Minister of Finance closed the debate by saying this budget is designed to build a caring economy, a compassionate one. Clearly, this was just a soundbite having nothing to do with reality.
Yes.
Time come to speak of and build human security instead of war on this and that. To rethink tourism dependence and expand the economic base through seriously investing in education by fixing the basics and engendering creativity. Moving agriculture to agro-processing and towards food security. Using indigenous knowledge of plants to make medicines. Building on the creative output of our people, expanding renewable energy, and mobilizing the nation around values of respect, care, brotherhood, and sisterhood. If it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tim. Senator Cavan Gill.
You know, President, after that presentation, I recall a bit of guidance I got from my grandmother. She said to me, you know, be aware of your past, because your past determines where you are going. But don't be fixated on your past. Concentrate more on your future. And that is what this administration is seeking to do. I would have also heard the using of the name of Sir Alexander Bustamante and the most Honorable Hugh Lawson Shearer in a very degrading manner. I want to remind this Parliament that Sir Alexander Bustamante and the most Honorable Hugh Shearer have been the architect in the development of the working class in this country. And so today I rise to make my contribution to the appropriation bill as a government senator and a representative of the trade union movement, committed to advancing the interests of the Jamaican workers and the sustainability development of our nation. You know, the Prime Minister, in his presentation, spoke of a team building forward together. And from a trade union perspective, this is not merely a slogan, it is a call to the nation. It speaks to a collective national effort to strengthen Jamaica's resilience, to ensure that growth is inclusive, and to guarantee that no worker, no family, no community is left behind as we progress. President, I'm happy to be a Jamaican today. I'm happy to be led by a government that has been tried, tested, and also proven. President, central to this vision is the continued prosperity of Jamaica's economy. Economic growth must not only be sustained, but must translate into improved living standards, decent work opportunities, and the prosperity must be meaningful when it is shared. Mr. President, I want to advance certain key pillars that I believe must remain at the forefront of our national strategy. You know, the promotion of an enabling business environment that fosters investment, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And my colleague, Senator Keith Duncan, spoke about that this morning. The strengthening of our economic structures to ensure stability, efficiency, and resilience. Mr. President, I'm of the profound view that the development of an internationally competitive industrial framework capable of thriving in the global marketplace. We are no longer operating in borders. We are competing with the entire world, and we must prepare ourselves for that frontier. And as a trade unionist, the cultivation of a trained, competent, and productive workforce equipped with the skills necessary to meet the demands of a modern and evolving economy. Mr. President, it is in this context that I make my contribution today. You know, we must ask ourselves the question. The passage of the budget is very important, but equally important is the execution of the budget. And, President, the architecture of Jamaica's public sector, comprising approximately 155 public bodies, including statutory bodies, authorities, and government-owned companies, sits at the center of this intended national development. These entities are not just peripheral, sir. They are the machinery through which the policy is translated into tangible outcomes. They regulate, they advise, they supervise, they innovate, and in many cases operate commercially to deliver critical services. It is in this regard, Mr. President, that it's imperative that we have a well-functioning, efficient public sector supported by a competent and motivated workforce. That cannot be overstated, and that is the intention of this administration. President, a strong, efficient public sector is essential for the effective execution of the national budget. Every allocation made by Parliament must ultimately be implemented through these institutions. And if the system is inefficient, if the system is fragmented, sir, if the system is under-resourced, even the most well-crafted budget will fail to deliver its intended impact. It is not our intention for that to happen. We are pursuing on a course of having positive results. President, you know, yes. Conversely, a high-performing public sector ensures value for money, timely delivery of services, and the advancement of key national priorities. You know, this is the agenda of this Jamaica Labour Party-led administration. And so we believe in the transformation that the Prime Minister spoke about. We believe in the transformation of the public sector and that it must remain deliberate and must be a sustained process. Mr. President, we believe in operational efficiency and accountability. We also believe in encouraging the transition to support digital transformation. But we also believe in the institutional alignment, ensuring so that public bodies are fit for purpose with clearly defined mandates that align with the national development goals, including rationalization where necessary. However, sir, transformation must be people-centered. Reform cannot come at the expense of workers. Rather, it must bring them along as partners. So, in the intention, there has to be meaningful consultation and engagement. Workers and their representatives must be involved in the reform process from the onset to build trust and secure buy-in. And the private sector indicated that earlier. That need to have that cohesion, that collaborative approach. President, we also are going to be promoting the most fair and transparent transition mechanisms. But central to this, and for the aspect of the workers, we have to continue to promote and advocate for improved working conditions and the supporting tools for the working class. Ultimately, Mr. President, a resilient and prosperous Jamaica depends on a public sector that is agile, accountable, and people-driven. Transformation should not be viewed as a one-time exercise, but a continuous journey, one that balances efficiency and equity, and the modernization with respect for the workforce. So we will continue to invest in both institutional strength and human capital. This government will continue to ensure that public bodies remain capable of fulfilling their mandates and delivering real value to the Jamaican people. Mr. President, I want to talk a little bit about public sector compensation. You know, the exercise to comprehensively restructure public sector wages and salaries over the last 3 years represents one of the most consequential reforms undertaken within Jamaica's public administration in recent history. For decades, sir, the wage framework had become overly fragmented, characterized by more than 325 salary scales, hundreds of classification levels, and more than 185 allowances. This complexity, sir, not only made administration difficult, but also produced inequities, inconsistencies, and a lack of transparency across the public service. What this reform exercise has meant for the public sector is fundamentally to establish some sort of order and a coherence. So when we introduce a clear compensation philosophy and policy, we have standardized pay structures, rationalized allowances, and ensure that jobs of equal value are compensated in a fair and consistent manner. Mr. President, importantly, this independent review, because many people take it that it was solely government-led. It was an independent review done by an independent entity. And the process was intended to treat with all categories in the public sector, barring none, ensuring that no group was excluded and that disparities, whether historical or structural, could be addressed in a systematic way. As I'm repeating, it was intended for all servants in the public sector, including MPs, including cabinet ministers. It was intended for all, and it has delivered in a positive way. The targeted outcome of reducing the wage bill to GDP ratio of 9% speaks directly to Jamaica's broader macroeconomic stability. A more controlled and predictable wage bill creates fiscal space for investment, infrastructure, social services, and economic growth. Mr. President, the Most Honorable Prime Minister, indication that future wage increases must now be linked to productivity and GDP growth represents a profound shift in approach. Indeed, he stated in his presentation that it is a paradigm shift. He also indicated that it may be controversial. I want to advance that I don't believe that it ought to be viewed as being controversial. A responsible trade unionist, we must recognize that sustainable growth, sustainable wage growth cannot be divorced from the productive capacity of the economy. And if wages rise without corresponding increases in productivity, the risk include inflationary pressures, fiscal imbalances, and may lead to something that we don't want to encounter: threats of job security. So productivity-based pay, Mr. President, when properly designed, is not about denying workers increases. It's about ensuring that the gains are sustainable, measurable, and shared. And that is why there now needs to be an urgent need to commence some sort of a structured, good faith discussions around productivity-based compensation within the public sector. And I believe such a framework, Mr. President, must form part of a broader total compensation philosophy, one that includes not just the base pay, but also incentives, performance reward, professional development, and systems of recognition. President, we are now in the midst of the wage and fringe benefit negotiations. Importantly, the fiscal context within these negotiations are taking place and provides positive signals. As outlined in this fiscal policy paper of 2026-27, under compensation of employees, part 3, page 21, the allocation of 555.2 billion includes a contingency provision of approximately 42.8 billion under the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. President, this contingency is specifically intended to address new wage rates and retroactive payments arising from the public sector wage settlements during the fiscal year. But from a trade union perspective, sir, at the bargaining table, this is a significant, encouraging development. It demonstrates that the government has not only anticipated ongoing negotiations, but has also made prudent financial provisions to support their outcomes. This, sir, strengthens the credibility of the process and provides a measure of assurance to workers that negotiated settlements can and will be honored. Mr. President, in practical terms, it creates a space for meaningful engagement, allowing both parties to negotiate in good faith with the understanding that there's fiscal room to accommodate adjustments. It also, sir, reduces the likelihood of delays in the implementation or payment, which historically, sir, has been the source of frustration for many workers in the past. So therefore, as trade unionists, we must approach these negotiations not in opposition to reform, but as partners in shaping a modern, fair, and sustainable public sector compensation system. One, sir, that balances fiscal responsibility with the legitimate expectation and the dignity of the Jamaican workers. Mr. President, for Jamaica to truly build forward together and secure sustainable development, partnership and productivity must remain as an ideal. At the heart of any national development is a simple truth. No single stakeholder can achieve it alone. Government cannot do it alone. The private sector cannot do it alone. Labor cannot do it alone. Civil society cannot do it alone. Any sustainable progress comes only when all stakeholders are aligned and working together with shared national goals. And if we are serious about strengthening partnership in Jamaica, then we must move beyond the rhetoric to action. This government is serious about partnership. President, as part of the partnership, we must institutionalize and promote social dialogue at our levels. We must respect and strengthen the collective bargaining processes at all levels. We must commit to transparency, and we must engage stakeholders early at the design stage of policy, not after decisions have already been made. While partnership ensures that we move in the same direction, productivity, sir, ensures that we move fast enough to achieve our goals. And so, let us continue to invest in our people. Let us continue to embrace technology and digital transformation. We must all work to improve public sector efficiency. President, we must strengthen management practices. We must continue to upgrade our infrastructures. Let us all support innovation and promote entrepreneurship. And we must ensure that wage growth is aligned with productivity growth. But, President, if we are truly must improve this productivity, there are certain safeguards that we must promote. You know, too often productivity is equated with longer working hours that cause fatigue and it reduces efficiency. Too often, sir, workers' well-being is ignored, and through burnt out, low morale directly reduces output. So we have to, if we are going to promote productivity, we have to change the mindset where leaders must focus on improving systems, removing bottlenecks, and simplifying processes. And we must invest in the continuous training and development. They must use data to guide these decisions and measure results. President, there has to be a harmony between partnership and productivity and the people if we are going to survive. And that is how we will truly build forward together. President, in closing, I take this opportunity to commend the government and in particular the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness for the compelling and forward-looking presentation under the theme, Building Forward Together, from Resilience to Resurgence. In my mind, sir, this is a declaration of an intent and a roadmap for transformation by this government. It speaks to a Jamaica that is not only recovering, but rising stronger, more inclusive, and more prepared to meet the demands of a modern, competitive, global economy. As I've said, we are not operating with any borders. We are operating in a world, competing in a dynamic, changing environment, and we must prepare ourselves for those future challenges. The announcement brought forward, sir, reflected a clear and deliberate vision from national advancement. Investment in infrastructure will not only modernize our country, but will also stimulate economic activity, generate meaningful employment opportunities for our people. The continued support through the National Housing Trust for essential workers demonstrates a government that recognizes the dignity of labor and the importance of access to affordable housing. President, equally important are the measures to improve the lives of the working Jamaicans. Further movement in the national minimum wage is commendable. It puts more disposable income in the pockets of Jamaican workers. The government's continued commitment to increasing the income tax threshold is a strategic focus on building the skills needed to improve the Jamaican workforce. Promises made, promises kept by this administration. President, these are not just isolated policies. They are part of a cohesive framework aimed at empowering the working class and strengthening the productive capacities of our nation. As we deliberate this appropriations bill, we are reminded that true progress is built on partnership, productivity, and a purpose with the people. They are part of a cohesive framework aimed at empowering the working class and strengthening the productive capacity of our nation. Mr. President, it is a time when government, labor, the private sector, civil society must move in unity with a shared commitment towards national development. Let us therefore support this budget with confidence, with responsibility, with a clear understanding that the decisions we make here will shape the future of Jamaicans for generations to come. Senator Tomlinson somehow has vacated the room. But we must have that understanding and confidence that Jamaicans need to work to stay here and not to deliver anywhere else. There should be no greener pastures. Let us water our pasture so that it becomes greener. Let us therefore support this budget with confidence, with responsibility, with a clear understanding, sir, that the decisions we make will shape the future of Jamaica. May we continue together to build forward a stronger, fairer, and more prosperous Jamaica. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator President General Gale. I couldn't help but notice that you were well supported during the entirety of your presentation by your colleague, President on this side. I was just going to say, I hope that you will support Senator Brown when his time comes. Senator Bernard, welcome.
I was tapping for you, Senator Cavan, and that's your tapping for me. I was cheering for you, and I was cheering for you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was just saying that earlier, Senator Cavan Gill and I had a conversation, and he's dapperly dressed. And I was tapping for you over here, looking for the reciprocity. My good friend, Senator Cavan. Mr. President, as I rise to make my contribution to this budget debate, I do so with a sense of urgency and responsibility, mindful of the real conditions facing Jamaicans across this country. At face value, Mr. President, this year's budget seeks to project market confidence and fiscal discipline. However, beneath it lies a continuation of routine fiscal practices with insufficient effort to drive the kind of broad-based, inclusive economic growth that the moment demands. For many communities still struggling in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, this budget does not read as relief. It reads as neglect. Mr. President, the Planning Institute of Jamaica has estimated losses of approximately 1.95 trillion, some 56.7% of GDP. This is not a marginal shock. It is a national economic rupture. A budget presented in this context must do more than maintaining stability. It must actively rebuild livelihoods, restore productive capacity, and expand opportunity, particularly in the most severely affected parishes. What we have instead is a fiscal framework that falls short of that responsibility. It does not adequately confront the scale of the recovery required, nor does it meaningfully broaden the economic base and economic participation. Mr. President, at the center of any serious recovery strategy must be the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector. If recovery is to be rapid, resilient, and inclusive, then the MSME sector's strengthening and revitalization is not optional, it is foundational. In this regard, Mr. President, we have been presented with three primary interventions. The Development Bank of Jamaica's M5 financing facility, the Business Restoration Initiative under the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and continued support through the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, particularly under the Digital Jamaica program. Mr. President, I have been associated with the MSMEs for years. and I've been engaging and following accordingly. These are repackaged initiatives masked as innovation. More importantly, Mr. President, they are not sufficiently aligned to the realities facing the majority of MSMEs, particularly, Minister, those operating in the micro and nano sectors. The DBJ's allocation of $1.4 billion to the M5 program is predominantly debt-based support, with eligibility criteria that favors firms with formal credit history. This structure systematically excludes a large portion of the aforementioned MSME sector, the very enterprises that most need the support at this time. Loans have their place, but in a recovery context, of this magnitude, what is required is more balanced, mixed grants, simplified access mechanism, and you know of this criticism of the DBJ minister, simplified access mechanisms, and parish-level targeted, reflecting the diversity of informality across the MSME sector. Without this, Mr. President, recovery risks becoming an illusion, visible in policy statements, but absent in the lived experience. Mr. President and Minister, yes, we saw the event yesterday, and we welcome the Ministry of Finance move to engage more MSMEs in state procurement process. We saw it. Go ahead and applaud it. Go ahead and applaud it. However, Minister, we are calling for the consideration to be given to repealing certain aspects of the set-aside order of 2019. Amending Section 5, Minister, would immediately expand the range of procurement opportunities available to MSME and unlocking, as clearly you are attempting to do, more participation across multiple sectors and value chain. So, Mr. President and Minister, we look forward to the inclusion of the MSMEs, and we will be tracking the extent to which they are able to access the 20% of government procurement of goods that is promised. Mr. President, turning to the business restorative initiative. We have seen, Mr. President, presentations made in this House by the Minister on the progress of this initiative. And I am expressing some concern. What has been presented as an innovative response appears in practice, as I said earlier, to be repackaging limited interventions that are lacking scale, coordination, and measurable impact. There has been no clearly articulated parish-level recovery framework. We have sat here and we saw a case study of border multiple times, and we commend Sean Paul for the initiative, but we expected that a ministry with the acronym Industry, Investment and Commerce would have led that initiative. At a time when the Ministry of Investment, Industry and Commerce should be leading the recovery effort, there's a perception, Minister, and I'm saying this to you, Minister, there's a perception at a time when the ministry should be leading, there's a perception out there that it is operating without sufficient strategic clarity. Recovery cannot be symbolic. It must be structured, measurable, and responsive to the realities on the ground. If, as my colleague Senator Kavan said earlier, entrepreneurs and small businesses are to lead, we anticipate that a lot more will be coming out of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and a lot more is expected. So I'm really, Minister, telling you what some of the sentiments are. You cannot be parading border as the success story. You have to see more than that, Minister. I spoke earlier, Mr. President, of policies by the government under this budget that are inimical to growth. Mr. President, the proposed revenue measure of 15% tax on digital service is one such that we see as inimical to growth. On the surface, this is presented as an effort to level the playing field for local providers. But in practice, it risks undermining one of the very pathways through which MSEs are attempting to grow. Over the past year, under JBDC's implemented Digital Jamaica program, they have actively encouraged MSMEs to adopt digital platforms, streaming services, e-commerce tool, cloud infrastructure, digital payments, and online marketplace to expand their reach beyond their immediate communities. These are not luxuries. They are essential tools for modern business. Imposing a tax on these services, Mr. President, effectively penalizes firms that are following government policy's direction. It increases operational costs, reduces competitiveness, and places additional strain on small enterprises still recovering from economic shock. Mr. President, if our objective is to broaden the local economic base, then we must be careful not to tax away the gains we are trying to create. Mr. President, as it relates to the MSME sector, the budget does not deliver economic transformation. It does not expand opportunity. And most critically, it does not sufficiently respond to the scale of recovery required by Jamaican people at this time. It fell short. Mr. President, we have been hearing throughout this budget debate and indeed seen in the media plans being put forward by this government for mega projects. These were announced by the Prime Minister, and what we have noticed, Mr. President, is that the significant majority of these mega projects are primarily coastline development. We would have heard some in this House earlier: Black River, Falmouth, Portland, St. Thomas, and Montego Bay. Yes, Senator Sinclair, you know where you're going, and I'm going there because you and I are support. At that time, I was in the country, Mr. Sinclair. Mr. President, concomitantly, while we are hearing of these mega projects, we are seeing the tabling or retabling of a beach access management policy. The issue, as you may know, is very close to my heart. At the heart of this policy is a troubling philosophical shift, Mr. President. It treats access to Jamaica's beaches not as an inherent right, but as something that can be granted, regulated, and potentially withheld. The policy framework places authority in the hands of licensed operators, individuals or entities who, by virtue of a state-issued license, are positioned to determine who may enter, under what conditions, and at what cost. This, Mr. President, is deeply problematic. Mr. President, rights are not rights if they are contingent on permission. I am here now. That is the point, Senator. I am here now. And you and I will be Montego Bay. You come face the people about beach. I am here now. And you and I have to face the people in Montego Bay. Let us start then. Mr. President, rights are not rights if they are contingent on permission. They are not rights if they can be revoked by those who control access. The foreshore, by law and by principle, is held in trust by the state for the benefit of all Jamaicans. It cannot be converted into a controlled space where citizens must seek approval to enjoy what is already theirs. The policy proposes the inclusion of a dozen or so, dozens, or maybe I don't know the number, public beaches within the licensing and management regime. Here's the point. Let us be clear. This is not simply about management, Mr. President. This is about control. By embedding public beaches within a licensing framework, the policy creates a condition for commercialization and, in effect, privatization. Licensees are empowered to charge fees, regulate entry, and enforce exclusion with the backing of state authority. Mr. President, this represents a quiet but significant shift from public commons to managed commodity. The foreshore is not tradable asset. It is a shared national inheritance. Any policy that enables the incremental enclosure is not stewardship. It is disposition by administrative design. Mr. President, the policy promotes the development of artificial beach as a form of enhancement. Mr. President, I listened and I hear resilience being thrown across the lock, stock, and barrel. And this policy is inimical to resilience. Mr. President, the science tells a very different story about artificial beaches. The creation of artificial beaches typically involves the removal of natural coastline features, rock formation, coral rubble, and seabed structures, and their replacement with imported sand. The natural formations are not incidental. They are crucial coastline defense systems that disperse waste energy, essential to marine and ecosystem fisheries, and it integrates into Jamaica's climate resilience framework. So to be advancing a policy that will damage our natural resources and replace it with artificial resources is problematic. The removal weakens our coastline, undermines biodiversity, and increases vulnerability to storm surges. What is presented as beautification is in fact ecological degradation with long-term national consequences. Mr. President, perhaps the most troubling is the implicit. Mr. President, perhaps the most troubling feature of this policy is the implicit hierarchy embedded within the policy. The rights of private coastal property owners are treated as absolute and protected. The rights of the Jamaican public are treated as conditional and subordinate. Mr. President, the policy proposes that hotel operators encouraged to provide beach access through a pass system. Mr. President, encouragement is not enforcement. The approach effectively delegates state responsibility to private actors, allowing them to determine whether access is granted, when access is permitted, and what price access is available. This is not a right-based framework, it is a discriminatory system. The
But
state's
you know,
duty is
Senator-
not to
Senator-
encourage access,
Senator Bernard.
it is to guarantee it.
No, man, I'm not going to keep you long. No doubt you're going to have an opportunity to speak on the beach access policy now. But we really want to hear your opinion on the budget. I'm aware of it. I know, Senator Lambert. Allow me now, man.
No. Mr. President, finally, finally, as it relates to this beach access management policy, the proposed amendment to the Prescription Act must be carefully scrutinized. While technically it appears they carry profound implication, by privileging formally titled landowners and limiting the recognition of customary use, these amendments risk extinguishing the long-standing rights of access. That is something we come into. Don't worry yourself. No, we come into it. Don't worry yourself. Don't worry yourself. Yes, this is not legal reform. It is formalizing exclusion. The issue before us is simple, even if the policy is complex. Do the beaches of Jamaica belong to the people of Jamaica fully, freely, and unconditionally? Or are they to be transformed into controlled spaces where access is mediated by license, price, and permission? Mr. President, the beach access management policy does not support the growth of MSMEs in the blue economy. And if we are serious about shifting the model that intentionally put money into the hands of businesses, markets, and vendors, then we have to relook at the policy. Mr. President, let me quickly shift gears. Let me quickly shift gears, Mr. President. I'm shifting gears. Let me quickly shift gears. No, because time running out. Mr. President, let us be clear. Mr. President. There can be no vibrant local economy without citizens' security. I want to just spend a few minutes on that point. Businesses do not invest where communities are unstable, trust in institutions is low, and violence is oppressed, not resolved. Economic growth requires predictability, legitimacy, and trust systems. Mr. President, the budget deliberations are taking place at a time when Jamaica is being told a simple story: that violence is declining, that the strategy is working, and that the numbers speak for themselves. But I ask a different question. What exactly are we measuring, and what are we choosing not to see? Because if public policy is what gets measured, and if what gets measured is what gets counted, and what gets counted shapes what is funding, then what gets funding will shape the future of this country. Mr. President, I combed through the estimates of expenditure for the Ministry of National Security. I did not see any line item for peace. So I wonder if that was last year's budget before the name change. All I see in the budget reinforcing the government's narrative of success through suppression. I saw nothing in the budget responding to the stated sector outcome, strengthening the capacity of communities to participate in creating a safe and secure society. Mr. President, the government's approach to crime reduction has leaned heavily on enhanced joint military police measures, in some instances expanded policing powers, and tactical suppression based on enforcement. And yes, Mr. President, we acknowledge that homicide rates have declined, but that is only one metric, because alongside that decline, there has been a troubling rise in fatal encounters involving members of the security force. And the question we must ask is not whether enforcement is necessary, it is at what cost and toward what kind of a society. Mr. President, we have reduced the national conversation to a single indicator. Murder down equals success, murders up equals failure. But violence is not a single variable problem. When we come to measure homicide rates, we ignore community trust in law enforcement, youth disengagement from violence, social cohesion, economic participation, and institutional legitimacy. And when we ignore these, we risk making our temporary suppression for sustainable peace. Charlie, I will let you know, and my friend Marlon will make you know, you or anybody in this chamber has not have the long-standing engagement with the JCF as I do. You and no, I was not in the parish. That answers your question. You have not. I have met. So I'm saying to you, no, listen, but I'm saying to you, let us put the conversation in context. The conversation in context is that we risk masking temporary suppression for sustainable peace. Mr. President, Capri, through studies such as testing, groundwork for peace, and zero murder, argued that many social interventions have failed to reduce violence crimes. Programs lack monitoring and evaluation, efforts are fragmented and duplicated, structural reforms may be more effective. This critique has been used implicitly and explicitly to justify and pivot towards hard enforcement strategy. Mr. President, Capri identified a real issue, but we must not interpret it incorrectly as this administration has done. The problem is not that social intervention do not work. The problem is that they are poorly designed, poorly coordinated, and critically poorly measured. So we arrived at a dangerous conclusion. We are abandoning intervention not because they fail, but because we cannot prove their success. Mr. President, the government has framed the shift from social intervention to social investment combined with enforcement. But in practice, we are not seeing a balance. We are seeing a dominance of suppression as indicated in the line items for the Ministry of National Security. And this creates a false choice. Either we enforce or we invest. But sustainability in peace requires both properly integrated. Mr. President, I go back to Capri Zero Murder Study in Augustine. I was there. I was a part of these programs. The community that was once defined by violence, marginalization, youth vulnerability, they transformed. And the transformation did not begin with the suppression. It began with community leadership, grassroots organization, youth engagement, and the rise of Augustine football team and CDC. Mr. President, I was there. The lesson is simple. Peace is not imposed, it is built. If we measure, as we did, only murders, we miss the young man who chose school over the street. We miss the young woman who entered the workforce, the community that rebuilt trust, the leaders who emerge from within. These are not soft outcomes, Mr. President. They are the foundation of national security. But because they are systematically not measured under this administration, they are systematically not funded. In fact, in most cases, they are frontally defunded by this administration. Mr. President, we cannot ignore the uncomfortable truth. As enforcement intensifies, so too do reports of fatal encounters involving security forces. This raised critical concerns. Concerns related to due process, accountability, public trust, and the legitimacy of the state. Because when citizens fear those who were sworn to protect them, we undermine the very foundation of justice. Mr. President, the question before Honorary Senate as we deliberate the appropriations bill is not simply whether numbers look good. The question is, what kind of Jamaica are we building? And does this budget help to build the kind of Jamaica that we want to see? It is a budget that is built where growth is not shared and concentrated. It is a budget that is built where rights are not protected, they are conditional. It is a budget that we build where security is not legitimized, it is enforced. If we broaden the economic base, if we invest in MSMEs, if we unlock new economies, if we center a social economy, if we measure what truly matters, then we will not only rebuild after a crisis, we will build a more resilient, more inclusive, and more just Jamaica. If you please, you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Bernard. You know that I'm not one to really give up on confidential notes, but I have to just tell you what Senator Brown just sent to me. Tom, don't you realize that these people are just talking to the limit of 30 so that we don't have to go to champs because JC is well in the lead? They are trying to keep us away from champs. So with that said, you don't really have to stick to the 30 minutes. You can drop a bit lower if you want. Lambert and I need to go to the champs. Thank you very much, Senator Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you. That was what was wrong.
No doubt he made a contribution to the beach policy. Senator Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President, you know, I was sitting thinking, wondering whether or not my opposition colleagues understand the difference between hearing and listening. Hearing is that involuntary process where sounds are detected. Listening requires you to focus and analyze and understand and interpret what you're hearing. And that came into my mind, Mr. President, because the rhetoric that I've heard this afternoon seems so far from the budget presentations that the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister gave, and certainly from the vision that was laid out and the numbers in that yellow book, so much so that I couldn't understand. I heard statements, and this was actually said, look back in Hansard. One of the opposition members actually said, hospitals have no beds. No beds. That was a statement, okay? Nor water for the patients. Now, I don't have a difficulty, Mr. President, when we come here and we raise challenges and concerns that our people may be experiencing. That is really one of our responsibilities in this chamber. But it does not serve our people for us to come here and simply because of political scoring, we make such extreme and untrue remarks that it does not assist us as a nation
to really grapple with and analyze the problems that we are facing and come to consensus and solutions for our people. So I've been quite disappointed, Mr. President, in the approach that I've heard taken today. But I do want to congratulate my colleagues on the other side because they have been consistent about one thing. They have been cohesive in their extreme rhetoric, and they have been collectively completely disregarding actually the work that we saw in the House and the work that we're commenting on today through the Appropriations Act. That has been consistent. So for consistency, I give you an A. Mr. President, I want to be quick. I did not time my presentation. I'm not sure how long it is, but I am going to observe your rules as I usually try to. We are today, Mr. President, no doubt at a time when Jamaica is on a firmer economic foundation than it has been in decades. There's no amount of rhetoric that can deny that fact. The careful stewardship of our economy led by our Prime Minister and his team has yielded stability in our fiscal accounts, in our debt trajectory, and stability in our macroeconomic framework. But, Mr. President, I'm going to attempt to give an honest view of how I have analyzed 2 points made in the House during the budget presentation and reflecting, Lambert, I never interrupt you, you know. Mr. President, stability, though achieved, is not the summit.
I'm not
Mr.
getting,
President,
sorry, I'm
Mr.
not going to
President.
I'm not going to get involved in this because you refer to Senator Brown as Lambert, as if there was some special relationship between the two.
There is a relationship, Mr.
So,
President.
Mr. Brown, Senator Brown, will you please allow the senator?
I claim back my time, Mr. President. I claim back my time. Mr. President, stability is not the summit, it's the base camp. And the Prime Minister said it another way in his contribution in the House of Representatives when he said resilience is not a destination and that we must now move from resilience to resurgence. For too long, Mr. President, Jamaica has grappled with low productivity growth. And it's not rocket science. Productivity is the lifeblood of economic growth. It's not about, as Senator Gale says, working longer hours. It's about producing more value in the time that we're already working. And so, Mr. President, it was clear that the Prime Minister is seized with this and is seized with the fact that there needs to be significant improvement in our productivity for us to move from resilience to resurgence. Today, Mr. President, I want to speak directly to my public sector colleagues. And I say colleagues because I've had the privilege to work with many of them in dealing with disciplinary proceedings in the public sector as a member of disciplinary panels. I've represented small businesses who engage with the public sector, whether as bidders on government projects or as applicants seeking approvals for licenses and permits. And I've also worked in the service itself to support the delivery of government policy and programs. And of course, like everyone else, I have engaged with them as a citizen accessing government services. I've met many diligent, bright, and dedicated public servants, but I regret to say that the standards of work and the productivity levels across the service are inconsistent. Houston, we have a problem. And that problem must be acknowledged and confronted respectfully and in the interest of all concerned and ultimately our great nation. So my colleague across the aisle, Senator Tomlinson, also recognizes the need for performance management framework. That's not new. It's something that we have been discussing within and outside of government for some time. Too often, Mr. President, the progress of a matter through the system relies on the diligence and the conscientiousness and the conscience of a particular public sector worker delivering the service rather than on systems, controls, and performance standards that enhance productivity and encourage efficiency. I share some actual examples when engaging with the public service system, Mr. President. In one case, an overseas company who came to Jamaica sought to invest by constructing an R&D facility to conduct research into some of our native plant materials. They required a permit from the Ministry of Health, and we wrote to inquire what was the process of application for that permit because it wasn't clear in the legislation. Several times we sent emails to follow up, and when we eventually got a return call or several attempts at contacting the public officer responsible, the officer, and making, making remarks to the officer that the response time had been lacking, the officer actually inquired of me what I thought was a reasonable amount of time before correspondence was responded to. At that point, we had waited about 4 to 5 weeks. When I said to her emails should be answered within 24 to 48 hours, it became obvious that she saw nothing untoward in answering queries 3, 4, 5 weeks later. In this example, Mr. President, the company became so frustrated with the undue delays that after putting almost $800,000 in the ground into the construction of the facility, projected to cost $2.4 million, they tore down the construction, sold the scrap for $25,000 and left Jamaica to set up facilities in another jurisdiction. Another example, Mr. President, in the administration of the procurement process, and again, I want to be clear, this is not a political issue. It's a national issue, and it's something we have to talk about. A small business supplier of goods and services responds to a request for proposals from a ministry. The deadline for bid submissions passed, and the bid validity period is about to expire. The ministry writes and asks the bidders to extend the bid validity period, but gives no reason why. The bidders, of course, feel compelled to agree because, after all, what is the option available to them? It's agree for the extension or remove themselves from the process. The ministry makes 2 other requests, in essence delaying the procurement process for an additional 3 months with no explanation as to why. I don't think, Mr. President, that I need to outline the impact on a small company of being in limbo because of unexplained delays by a procuring entity. Did they need additional time to assess the bid? Did people simply not engage the process of assessment in a timely way? We don't know. Mr. President, it is true that the conversation around productivity requires us to assess the tools that are provided for our public sector workers to deliver on their mandate efficiently. So when Prime Minister said in his contribution last week that it's not a judgment on our workers, but rather a diagnosis of our economic structures, I join him in that. But I go further, and I want to have an earnest conversation with my Jamaican family on the matter. I know as a business owner that part of ensuring productivity and efficiency is providing the tools to my team to do the work in the most optimal way. But I also know that it requires that I inspire a thinking and an approach in my team members so that they become more invested in the success of their efforts, and so that they are themselves motivated to ensure that at all times they are maximizing their productivity and efficiency, and our clients are served well and served quickly. Mr. President, our people are industrious, our entrepreneurs are innovative, but we have to move them towards a system that does not constrain them, that does not constrain their potential. If we are being honest with ourselves, this is sometimes compounded with the individual approach of some public servants that fails to make the connection between their diligence and efficiency and successful outcomes for the Jamaican people. Mr. President, what I'm asking for is a national conversation, because while the government seeks to leverage the economic stability that we have achieved, we as citizens, as public sector workers, must also review our own approach to work and to the delivery of better outcomes for our people. I resist, Mr. President, the urge to make specific recommendations, because what I am hoping for today is really to deliver an impassioned plea to those responsible for the administration of our public services, from permanent secretaries to chief technical directors, to the lower levels of staff and the workers at the very bottom of the chain of command. Your productivity matters. Your diligence matters. And as Senator Duncan said earlier, these are matters that we must address as a nation in an unbiased and sober way. If we are to realize the vision articulated by the Prime Minister, we must embed productivity at the center of our economic strategy, but we must own it personally. We, every single one of us, not just government, every single one of us. Mr. President, I turn to the issue of growth and empowerment of the micro, small, and medium enterprises, our MSMEs, and one of my favorite groups of business people. These enterprises are the backbone of our economy. They represent the entrepreneurial spirit of our people. They create jobs, they sustain families, and they drive community-level development. Yet, despite their importance, they continue to face significant challenges. Access to finance remains a persistent hurdle. Many small businesses struggle to secure the capital necessary to grow. It is for this reason, Mr. President, that I laud the government's efforts to support the recovery of the MSME community through the DBJ by providing $3 billion for the Development Bank of Jamaica's M5 Business Recovery Program, intended to accelerate economic recovery and strengthen resilience. The implementation of the public procurement set-asides framework so that portions of government procurement can be reserved for Jamaican suppliers, especially micro-enterprises with revenues under 15 million and small enterprises with revenues between 15 million and 75 million, is a significant step in the right direction. I celebrate too, Mr. President, the government's efforts to not just set aside the portion of government procurement for MSMEs, and this is significant, but also to work with them to help them to understand compliance and how to compete for government contracts. Mr. President, just yesterday, I know Senator Hill may have mentioned it, and if he didn't, I'm sure he will. There was a public meeting held to prepare entrepreneurs for government contracting, including how to qualify, register, and comply with the protocols established under the procurement system. Mr. President, the government is actively pursuing the kinds of things that will enhance the growth of MSMEs and ultimately our economy. Mr. President, these initiatives announced in the budget presentation of the Finance Minister demonstrate the government's seriousness about inclusive growth and its intentionality about MSME development. I wish, therefore, to commend for the consideration of my Minister of Finance one approach that I think might support the ability of MSMEs to access procurement contracts and mitigate against the difficulties experienced by MSMEs in accessing finance. Mr. President, in many cases, government procurement contracts require that companies bidding on those projects commit 10% of the value of the contract as a performance security. And for the benefit of those who don't know what a performance security is, I never assume, I'm just speaking to the people in this room. Performance security is a financial guarantee submitted by the winning bidder to ensure they fulfill their contractual obligations. It acts as a safety net against contractor defaults, insolvency, or failure to perform. And while it provides a safety net to the government procuring entity, it can also be burdensome and limit the ability of MSMEs to access government projects. So in relation to the set-aside for MSMEs, and I'm specifically talking now about MSMEs, I want to submit for consideration an adjustment in the requirement for MSMEs to provide performance security. It's something that I acknowledge must be considered very carefully, Mr. President. It can't be, right across the board in every circumstance, because it does, in fact, lower the risk of bidders when they default. So what I am suggesting, Mr. President, is that a review of those projects where the risk of default is low, where the performance standards of the MSME players in the particular industry are high, that we take a look at whether or not that requirement can be adjusted, since the risk of default in certain industries would be lower. I would not, for example, suggest that this is an initiative that is appropriate for road projects and road constructions, because the standards of performance in that industry have been notoriously inconsistent. And we have heard Minister Morgan on a number of occasions talking about the default of some contractors and what has been put in place to recover from them when they have not constructed the road properly. However, where appropriate, when the risk analysis is done, it could go a far way to ensuring the likelihood that MSMEs are able to take advantage of the set-aside framework. Whether the requirement for performance security is removed, lowered, or adjusted for delivery over a period of time during the duration of the contract are some of the options that we can explore and consider for the appropriate selected sectors. Mr. President, when MSMEs thrive, communities thrive. When communities thrive, the nation prospers. Economic transformation is not an accidental process, and nobody knows that better than the Andrew Holness-led administration. The government, led by Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, has been deliberate, they have been disciplined, and most importantly, visionary in their stewardship. I understand my colleagues to be critiquing what they consider to be announcements. I say to you that what you got was a vision map of where we are to go. It is an important tool in gathering a nation around the many initiatives that a government will have to deploy. It is an important tool in bringing a country together under a common plan, a common intent, and a common goal. Mr. President, it is very different from the kind of stoking of divisiveness that I heard this morning in the contributions that were levied on the opposition benches. This Appropriations Act 2026 and the vision laid out by Prime Minister Andrew Holness set out a clear and compelling pathway to prosperity and the national resurgence we aspire to. Let me emphasize this, Mr. President. The government has led good progress to this point of stability. But I say to my fellow citizens, I say to my Jamaican family, that it is an all of us approach. We all, not just the government, must move forward. We all includes the citizens, the churches, civil society groups, the opposition, and government. Each one of us must move forward with purpose, with urgency, and with clarity, from stability to high levels of productivity, to growth, and to shared prosperity. And Mr. President, my impassioned plea today is that we all rise to that responsibility. May it please you.
Thank you very much, Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Anderson, you could just move down and then you just activate both. Senator Anderson.
Yes. Mr. President.
1
I
minute,
rise-
1 minute. Senator Anderson.
Oh, you never clap me, clap. And I pick that up, and I'm not feeling well, you see, I pick it up. All right, yes, Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the appropriations bill. No, I'm not today, actually. But I thought it important to be here, Mr. President. I've listened carefully to the direction outlined by the government, the Prime Minister, and I hear a budget that purports to build economic strength, expand opportunities, maintain fiscal discipline, and position Jamaica to be more resilient in the face of global shocks. That's what's claimed, right? Those are important objectives, and I don't think any serious policymaker would disagree with the importance of stability, of fiscal management, responsible fiscal management, or investing in infrastructure as a foundation for growth. But a budget is not judged by the language of the budget. It is judged by the lived reality it creates. I appreciate in crafting a budget, because I've had the honor to be able to serve in many organizations where I'm responsible for a budget, that you have to think on one hand of the future you want to create and the way in which you want to grow the business, and I'll say to see the country grow, but at the same time you have to balance with what's happening in the immediate. And so the question before us, not to be answered by us alone in this House, is whether the intentions sound right and whether the outcomes will be felt by the Jamaican people in a meaningful way. You see, Mr. President, ideas are easy. Implementation is where it gets hard. Execution is the ability to mesh strategy with reality, align the people with the goals that we have, and the promised results. Because the people have to believe in the results, otherwise they're not going to align and work towards them. I know this full well. And so when I hear everything that we say, I have to draw my attention to some of the challenges that I now see. And so I would want to challenge the government. As you look at execution and implementation, I hope we're learning the lessons, for example, as I see happening with the roofs program. And I raise it not to be political, but to be practical. Because I believe that it's a certain level of indignity we're putting on the people who have already suffered so much, that you hear people talk about going multiple days to get access to something that we have promised them will help them to rebuild their lives. But the thing is, Senator Morgan, is that as you talk about the things to come, the lessons of that must be learned so that they're not repeated. We are told, well, Mr. President, every budget reflects choices, as I said earlier. And this one, with the proposition that's been put forward, is asking people to absorb pressure in the short term. And I'll soon tell you why I say that, to be able to benefit from the growth later. Is a central bargain being offered to the people of Jamaica. But the bargain must be interrogated. Because if the pressure is immediate and the benefits to you, the people, are deferred, then the burden must be fair and the promise must be credible. Otherwise, what we are asking people is not for patience, but sacrifice without certainty. We're told that the budget delivers improvements. We're told there'll be higher wages to come. There'll be expanded access to housing. Infrastructure investment will continue. Well, we were saying crime would be low for years. And then what happened with crime, because I must respond to it, is that the same caution that was being offered by the opposition about ensuring that we do a targeted approach to crime was delayed. And then when it was finally implemented, the benefits were realized. Well, I'm not saying that, Senator Morgan, I'm not going to allow you to take me off track. Because if the government was doing what they had to do, things such as your program put forward by Senator Duncan and the private sector, Project Star, would not have been necessary, but it was. And if we're going to be serious about all hands on deck, we have to tell the full story and the full history, because when I hear you speak about public-private partnership, you tend to do that when you want. But on occasion, when it is to say that's what contributed to success, you don't. And we have to be fair and we have to be balanced. So, as I was saying, the workers will, in the future, we're saying, experience some level of relief. But at the same time, we can't ignore right now the other side of the ledger. Approximately 18 to 19 billion in new taxes is being introduced. Many of those taxes will fall on consumption. There's a continued reliance on the housing trust, with 11.4 billion being extracted annually. And there are clear signals that cost pressures will emerge in the future. They will. And let's not fool ourselves, and more importantly, let's not fool the people of Jamaica. So the issue is what is being announced in isolation. The issue is what happens when everything is taken together. Does it ease the burden on the average Jamaican, or does it simply shift it? Mr. President, I won't repeat the detailed policy arguments put forward by Senator Small Ferguson and other members on this side, on the NHT. But at a basic level, the issue is this. We cannot claim to be expanding housing access while continuing to draw down on the very resources that make that access possible. It's a contradiction, Mr. President. You know, I believe it was the 26th of February, the Regulations Committee met, and we were here talking about housing and houses that were built from 2019 or 2020, I believe it was. And we're talking about approval for public sector workers. And the total house we're talking about approving that would have been given to them from those schemes was 28 houses. 28 across 3 schemes. And those things are jarring to me, because when I hear talk, I want it to be not only aspirational and things that as a nation we can look forward to, but I want it to be things that people actually feel the impact in their lives. And I'm very passionate about balancing policy to deliver impact to people. So if we bring the discussion out of policy language and into everyday life, the picture becomes clearer. Let's consider the Jamaican worker, an individual employed in a 9-to-5 job, an hourly worker, a skilled worker. And many Jamaicans who, when I speak to even some of the people that work in the same complex as the company I now work, I hear them speak about the reality that they have, that they're living paycheck to paycheck. Jamaicans are simply trying to make ends meet. I'm told that this worker, when I listen to the budget, will benefit from a higher minimum wage and improved take-home pay. But the reality is that the cost of food continues to rise. The cost of basic goods continue to increase, and everyday expenses are creeping upward. And so the increase that they may get in the tax allowance is easily eaten away, easily. Everyday expenses are going up. When taxes are placed on consumption, the costs are passed through the system and ultimately absorbed by the consumer. So while there's a marginal increase in income, that increase is quickly eroded. And so the worker doesn't get any relief. The worker experiences continuity of pressure. And it matters because the same worker we're going to be asking to be more productive. It's the same worker, if you think about people who work in Kingston and live in St. Catherine and sit down in traffic for 2 hours. They leave their homes at 5 o'clock. By the time they leave work at 5 o'clock in the evening, they get home at 8, 9 o'clock. And most times, as if they drive, if they take public transport, the truth of the matter is that we're not speaking about it. I just heard the government senators speak about productivity, but not practically speaking about how we're going to improve productivity. When people come to work, they are tired. Most of us in this house have the benefit of driving. We do. And so we're frustrated when we spend an hour in traffic. But I feel so guilty to even say that when somebody tells me they left their home at 5, they reach at 8, they leave work at 5, and they reach home at 10, just in time to empty the child's school bag, pack it for the next day, wake up the child at 4 to get ready. I mean, we can do better. So productivity must address transportation. Same tension exists in the area of housing. We're told access is being expanded, allocations for young people, support for deposits, which I welcome, improvements in loan access, which I welcome. But when a young Jamaican looks at the housing market right now and see the price moving from 9 million to 15 to 23, they can't think it's possible to buy a house. when I I like to be around young people. Keeps me young. And when I'm around them, and they tell me that, why would I try to buy a house? It's outside of my reach. So what they do instead, they say they want a pretty flashy car if they can get a loan. Don't make sense to buy a house because they can't afford to buy the house. No, it's the average young people. The flashy cars they're talking about now is a Toyota. It's not a big flashy car, it's a Toyota. They're saying they're going to go to a party. And I say, why are you going to spend so much money on a party? And they said, because that's the best way to get enjoyment when you look at everything they're contending with on a day-to-day basis. So the productivity, the transportation, the hope of home ownership is not there. It's real. Senator Morgan, I speak to every young child the way I speak to my sons. My sons are 23 and 21, and the same I want for them, I want for every Jamaican child. So the issue is not about whether home access is being signaled. The issue is whether it can be realized. Because for many young people, the pathway is uncertain at best. I now switch to business, and I know that my fellow senator colleagues have spoken about MSMEs, and I appreciate the contribution of Senator Golden Campbell, because the picture is equally complex for them. We're told that their incentives, tax write-offs, infrastructure improvements, increased economic activity. We're told because the people are not realizing it. They're not realizing it. They are not realizing it. Our opportunities that we're articulating are not for everybody across the board. Right now, the access, though the intention has been signaled through JBDC and the program that was launched yesterday, it is not easy for a small business person. I tell you, I have not grown up in politics. I've grown up working hard, building real structural things to contribute to the economy of Jamaica. And those are the people I speak to. And it's hard, Senator Morgan, it's hard. Oh my gosh. But back to the real conditions that businesses are operating in. The consumption tax are going to reduce discretionary spending, so people are going to spend less with those MSMEs. And their operating costs will continue to rise because we don't yet have a solution for energy costs. And so while there may be opportunities for growth and they can access, there's also increased pressure to remain viable. It's real for them. For many businesses, especially the small and micro, the challenge is not expansion, it is survival. And this brings us to the broader issue of the credibility of the growth assumptions that underpin the budget. Because at its core, the budget rests on the belief that economic growth will come and that it will be sufficient to offset the pressures being introduced. But over the last decade, Jamaica's economy has grown at an average rate of 0.8% per year. That's not a rate of growth that transforms lives. It's not a rate of growth that meaningfully shifts opportunities. And so when Jamaicans are asked to accept increased costs today on the promise of future growth, they're entitled to ask a simple question: what makes this time different? You see, Senator Morgan, before COVID, you guys were here, 2016. That's 4 years before 2020. So, Mr. President, beyond the numbers, there are deeper concerns that the budget does not fully address. If you are a hurricane-affected household that Senator Bernard spoke to, and you're trying to rebuild, do you see yourself in the framework that was announced? It was $30 billion towards hurricane relief. Do you see yourself? Do you feel that you've recovered and you're now ready for resilience? You see that? If you're a pensioner, does the budget improve your ability to meet your basic? My water. If global oil prices rise, where are the buffers to protect the most vulnerable? If remittance inflows decline, what domestic mechanisms are in place to compensate? If we require health care, Mr. President, how will an already strained system respond, especially in light of recent developments? Thank you. Thank you. If you're a farmer, Are you being protected from the impact of imports? You know, I saw so many, yeah, but I saw, you know, so many, I think it was 3 stories in the last 2 weeks about farmers and the glut of what they have produced on the market. And I'm thinking, as a country, we owe those people something, you know, we really do. If you are, it is a promise to come until I see it. Until I see it, roofs is in my head. If you are a producer, how are you being supported to meaningfully expand exports? These are not peripheral issues. They go to the heart of economic resilience and national development. So, Minister Hill, and I think Senator Duncan spoke about regional business development, correct? It was, as you said, that you were looking at it not in terms of parishes or central, but regional, right? And so I want to put forward a suggestion around some assets, that an asset that you have that is not being properly utilized. And I think in the Standing Finance Committee, the opposition spokesperson, industry and investment, may have asked about it. And that is our postal agencies, which now are dying or dead, right? All right, so we know that Jamaica is a part of our global postal network through international treaty, yet the assets remain limited and outdated. At a time when global commerce is increasingly driven by logistics and last-mile delivery, we're not leveraging this infrastructure. We see that quite a few private sector entities have invested in warehousing, and that's good, but the government has a part to play as it relates to policy and enabling our MSMEs. And so, I note that private couriers are expanding the service for last-mile delivery, but this is primarily in urban centers, and they leave the rural Jamaica mostly underserved. It's not a gap, it's an opportunity. So as you think about the build-out, all right, I'd like you to consider or imagine a system where those post offices are transformed into hubs for e-commerce and logistics. In the budget, I heard it being spoken about to use for needs. I'm suggesting that we go a step further. I want MSMEs to be able to access support, because remember, the postal agencies would have expertise gained over time in documentation, export facilitation. And so I want the government to enable exports for MSMEs and not just talk of the exports. Allow small businesses to move goods more efficiently, reach wider markets, earn foreign exchange. So imagine that people who are producing pieces of clothing or artwork that we have, imagine them being able to go on Pinterest or those things and advertise their wares and being able to go to the post office and have those shipped across. They will earn FX dollars. They don't have to think of their market as only what's in their community locally. But that can only happen, but right now they have to travel very far to go and drop those packages off. That can happen if we look at how we use those assets. So I guess what I'm advocating for is practical approaches that promote inclusive growth, real practical. Use existing infrastructure and our assets more effectively. Create real pathways for participation and ensure growth is not confined to a few, but accessible to many, to many. Mr. President, I also must put back on the table the proposal raised by the opposition spokesperson, Finance, that I hear Senator Morgan speaking so much about. It was the implementation of e-invoicing, listen to me, as a means of improving tax compliance and closing revenue leakages. No. It's a practical, evidence-based approach. So even if you don't seek to look at it for this year, look at it for next year. It will make a difference. Right now, the proposal has been shelved. It's been shelved for a while. Look at it. It'll make a difference so that we don't have to next year, in next year's budget, talk about new taxes. But what we can do is say how we're going to increase compliance. I was actually disappointed when the minister just dismissed it rather than seriously considered, and she did. What can go so? Those antics don't matter again in the year 2026 in Jamaica. We're at a critical point where what we do now will impact Jamaica 10 years from now, and I leave it at your feet. What we do now. We can't rely on measures that place additional pressure on our population only. We must be willing to pursue smarter, more efficient systems that strengthen revenue collection without undermining economic activity. Mr. President, in closing, I would say that people need a sense of hope. People need a sense of hope, not a distant, abstract hope, but a grounded, tangible hope that they can see how their lives can improve. The young people, we don't want them to leave Jamaica. Whether they were leaving Jamaica 30 years ago or now, it matters not. Now we don't want them to, because we need their brain power to build the Jamaica of the future. They need to see that there's a pathway to employment, that there's a space for small businesses to grow, to earn and to build, and to participate meaningfully in the economy. And they need to feel that the future is not something they must wait for indefinitely, but something that is actively created. My children had the benefit of being away at university, and right now they don't want to come back, and I want to see a Jamaica that they want to come back to. Because ultimately, the standard by which the budget will be judged, doesn't matter what we say in here, it will be judged by not the promises, but what it delivers. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Anderson.
Thank you.
Senator Senator Christian Tavares Pinson, I recognize you.
Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the appropriations bill and to support it. But I must first draw attention to a troubling and persistent pattern. It has not gone unnoticed that in several quarters, the opposition has sought to lay claim to the very successes that they neither conceived nor executed, reaching even further to suggest that the ideas now delivering results somehow originated with them. Mr. President, the Jamaican people are discerning. They observe, they assess, and ultimately they decide. And they have decided decisively. If the opposition is so convinced of its effectiveness, then it must also accept the verdict of the people. Those Jamaican people have chosen to keep them exactly where they are for another term. Perhaps, Mr. President, that is where they are most comfortable, commenting from the sidelines rather than carrying the weight of responsibility. But let me be clear, Mr. President. This administration has never claimed a monopoly on good ideas. The Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, has said time and again, bring the ideas and we will implement what is in the best interest of the Jamaican people. That is not a sign of weakness, Mr. President. It is a mark of mature leadership. What is evident, Mr. President, is this. We are an administration that listens. We are an administration that acts. And more importantly, we are an administration that delivers. The distinction is not who speaks the loudest, Mr. President, but who produces results. And on that measure, there can be no ambiguity. The area that concerns me the most, and one which the opposition cannot lay claim to any of its successes, is that of our national security. Mr. President, when we speak about losing more than 1,500 Jamaicans to violence each year,
The number can feel abstract until we give it shape. Imagine the National Stadium filled to its capacity of 35,000 people. Now imagine that every single person in those stands represents a life cut short by violence. At the rate we were losing our citizens, it would take just over 23 years to fill that stadium to capacity. Not with spectators, but with absence, families broken, communities diminished, and futures erased. This is not just a statistic. It is a slow, relentless emptying of a nation. Each year, Mr. President, adds another section, another stand, another row, until one day we are forced to confront the full scale at what has been taken from us. The question before us is not whether we can afford to act, but whether we can afford to continue counting lives in this way. Mr. President, in 2024, Jamaica recorded a 19% reduction in murders, following a 7% decline in 2023, bringing our homicide rate to 40.1 per 100,000. While still high, we are now outperforming some regional peers. A stark contrast to 2016, when Jamaica had the highest rate in the Caribbean at 50 per 100,000. Unlike much of the region, where homicide rates are currently surging past ours, we have reversed that trend, and now other countries are studying our approach to reducing violence. Notably, Mr. President, the 2024 Christmas season was the safest in over 20 years, and just 6 murders recorded during that Christmas week. Since 2024, the country has seen a sustained decline in murders, culminating in 47 murders in February 2025, the lowest monthly total in 25 years, and a 43% reduction compared to February 2024. Between February 2022 and February 2025, murders had declined by 55%. Additionally, major crimes as a whole, including murder, shootings, rape, robbery, and break-ins, have declined by 21%, reaching the lowest levels since disadvantaged data collected began in, Mr. President, on that trajectory, in 2025, Jamaica achieved fewer than 1,000 murders in a single year for the first time since 2003. We are confident that this downward trajectory will persist, as these results stem from our deliberate planning, strategic investments, and targeted efforts to dismantle organized criminal gangs. Mr. President, let us recall that the drop in murders from 2009 to 2014, for which the opposition had sought to take credit, was a direct result of the states of emergency launched in May 2010 by the Jamaica Labour Party administration. These measures dismantled and scattered gangs and created a 21% drop in murders in 2011 and stabilization in 2012. This created a period of respite during which targeted police operations against gangs and violence producers resulted in 2014 recording the lowest numbers of murder in the previous 20 years. In mid-2014, the People's National Party introduced Unite for Change, an ostensible crime-fighting strategy that leaned heavily on social interventions. There was also a change of police commissioners, an apparent shift in crime-fighting strategy. By 2015, murders began to rise again, and even the much-touted Unite for Change even as the much-touted Unite for Change initiative was in full effect. The truth, Mr. President, is that the opposition shifted focus away from targeted operations against gangs and gangs leaders and allowed them space to recoup. The number of gangs in the country increased from under 200 in 2010 to approximately 350 by 2016. And we saw their impact between 2015 and 2017. That is when this administration decided to take decisive action, Mr. President. We recognize the emergency threat that organized criminal enterprises and violence producers pose to specific communities and to the country generally. We responded with zones of special operations and state of public emergencies to halt the persistent spiral of murder between 2015 and 2017. These measures were successful in taking back communities from gangs, displacing criminals, disrupting their operations, and limiting their space and opportunity to commit crimes. The government has recognized violence as a national emergency, and as such, we have made the largest sustained investment in national security in Jamaica's history. In 2015, before this administration took office, capital expenditure for national security was $2.67 billion. By 2018, it was increased to $12.7 billion. And in 2019, we made a record $19.5 billion investment to modernize our security apparatus. Mr. President, this sustained increase in our first term was necessary to compensate for years of underinvestment. These funds have strengthened our security forces through investments in equipment, vehicles, intelligence, forensics technology, and advanced training in cybersecurity, cybercrime, counter-trafficking, and financial intelligence. We have enhanced the operational capacity of the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the Jamaica Defense Force, rearming them with modern tools to dismantle criminal networks. In the case of the JCF, we have invested in building one of the most advanced law enforcement agencies in this hemisphere. To this end, significant progress is being made on the development of a C5 center, a state-of-the-art command and control facility. This cutting-edge center will seamlessly integrate, coordinate, and analyze real-time data from all available sources, including CCTV and body-worn cameras, supported by a robust back-end infrastructure. This development is a game changer for modern, efficient, and intelligence-driven policing and will have a major impact on crime. The government Project Rock initiative, which was launched in 2019 to modernize the physical infrastructure of the JCF, has seen the refurbishment and construction of numerous police facilities across the island. Throughout the public sector compensation review, my government has ensured that our police officers are now in receipt of more reasonable salaries and pensions, befitting of their profession, and providing a better foundation for future negotiations. The resulting boost to morale cannot be overstated, and it has made a career in the JCF more appealing. Right. Mr. President, this administration in 2018 embarked on an ambitious plan to indigenously reform and recognize the Jamaican Constabulary Force under the direction of Commissioner Anthony Anderson. This included leadership development, recruitment and training of personnel, and the acquisition of material and advanced technology. It was never the intention of the government to rely solely on emergency measures. Rather, we used these measures to treat a crime situation that exceeded the existing capacity of regular law enforcement. while using the space created to build the long-term capacity of our security forces. By 2022, Mr. President, we began to see the impact of these reforms and investments. The improved intelligence gathering, better investigative and crime-solving capabilities, and a return to more targeted and focused strategies against gangs and violence producers. During this period, several gangs and their leaders were indicted and prosecuted using anti-gang legislation. However, Mr. President, we note that most illicit weapons which fuel gang violence enter Jamaica through formal ports of entry. To improve our ability to secure this channel, we have been investing in advanced scanners and enhanced security protocols at Jamaica Customs. And the result is evidenced by major gun finds at our ports in recent times. I would like to acknowledge the Jamaica Customs for their increased vigilance and commend the security forces and our partners for increased cooperation and intelligence sharing, which is yielding great results. Every weapon and ammunition kept off our streets is potentially a life saved. Additionally, we are finalizing the Customs Mutual Assistance Agreement with the United States, which will enable even greater intelligence sharing to strengthen port security and protect our national and economic interests. Mr. President, data and intelligence confirm that Jamaica's violence is driven by organized criminal enterprises. These we call gangs, not socio-economic factors like poverty or unemployment, as the opposition would like us to believe. More than 70% of murders in Jamaica are directly related to gangs. Today, we can say that year-to-date, murders are at their lowest level in 25 years. Had we had the full support of the opposition in the use of these emergency measures previously spoken about, the reduction in murders would have been even greater, Mr. President. Let me be clear. The People's National Party, under its current leadership, can take no credit for the reduction of murders in Jamaica. They have done everything possible to obstruct this government's efforts to fight crime. The figures, Mr. President, speak with unmistakable clarity, and they speak with force. The number of murders recorded in Jamaica declined from 1,147 in 2024 to 673 in 2025. Let that soak in, Mr. President. That is a 43% reduction in a single year. That is not marginal progress, not incremental change. That is a decisive break from the past. It is also the first time in 31 years that Jamaica's murder toll has fell below 700. And the momentum has not slowed, Mr. President. Indeed, it has strengthened. Between January 1 and March 14, 2026, murders declined by a further 29.4% compared to the same period last year. Mr. President, this is not a chance. This is not coincidence. This is the unmistakable outcome of sustained intelligence-led security operations, reinforced by deliberate legislative reform and the steady strengthening of our national security institutions. It is evident that Jamaica is no longer reacting to crime. We are systematically dismantling it. This progress has been enabled by strategic use of emergency measures, measures that created the time and space for our security forces to build capacity while simultaneously containing and reducing a growing threat. And today, Mr. President, the results are visible to every Jamaican. The capability of the state now exceeds that of organized criminal elements. Mr. President, the state must always hold the advantage, and we have ensured it does. We have invested in superior intelligence, strong communications, enhanced mobility, and advanced tactical capability. But let me be equally clear, strength without principle is not security. We have insisted that these capabilities are exercised within the rule of law, with respect for human rights, compassion for victims, and protection for the most vulnerable among us. A critical pillar of this success has been the all-out assault on gangs, Mr. President, led by the Anti-Gang Task Force. Let us not romanticize or minimize that threat. Gangs are the main source of violent crime in Jamaica. They occupy communities, traffic narcotics, extort the vulnerable, and perpetrate violence without hesitation. Dismantling them is not merely a policing objective. It is a national security imperative. Mr. President, as we look ahead, we are not easing our efforts. We are expanding them. We heard through his contribution, the Prime Minister indicate that in the coming financial year, the Jamaica Defence Force will advance the establishment of the Camp Warika Forward Operating Base, spanning approximately 100 acres at an estimated cost of $5 billion. This is not just an infrastructure project. It is a strategic investment in territorial dominance, enhanced communication, and real-time sustainable awareness across the Ligani Plains. Mr. President, this budget represents something deeper than allocation. It represents transition. A transition from reactive crisis management to persistent readiness. From temporary suppression to sustained reduction. From fragmented oversight to full spectrum domain awareness. Mr. President, we must also confront a deeper truth. Gang violence, as grave as it is, represents only one dimension of the challenge. The other form of violence, quieter, often hidden, but equally destructive, domestic violence, child abuse, violence in our schools and institutions. These are not problems that can be solved by force alone. They are rooted in behavior, in culture, in long-standing social patterns, and they require a broader, more deliberate response. It is precisely this understanding that led this government to take the deliberate step of renaming the ministry as the Ministry of National Security and Peace. That change is not cosmetic, it is philosophical. It signals clearly that our mission is not only to suppress crime, but to actively build and sustain peace across our society. But because, Mr. President, true security is not merely the absence of violence, it is the presence of stability, dignity, and hope. And I can say without fear of contradiction that this is the Jamaica we are building. Yet even as we celebrate this progress, it would be remiss of me not to note that we are being confronted with a troubling and persistent reality. The alarming number of lives lost on our roads. It is deeply distressing to me that while we have managed to reduce certain forms of violence, road fatalities continue to climb. Far too many of our citizens claim, year after year. These are not just statistics, Mr. President. There are mothers, fathers, children, and friends whose lives are cut short, often due to preventable circumstances. We must now bring the same level of urgency, coordination, and national resolve to road safety as we have to crime fighting, because the loss of life in any form is a burden this country cannot afford to carry. Mr. President, we will continue to invest in the security forces and support the transformation of the Jamaica Constabulary Force into a modern, professional, and technology-driven organization. We will continue to target gangs, which account for over 70% of murders in this country. If we focus on eliminating gangs, we can reduce our murder rate to below the regional average of 15 per 100,000. I'm pleased to learn that police intelligence now estimate that there are fewer than 100 active gangs in Jamaica since the beginning of 2025, down from a high of 350 in 2016. Many have been dismantled or have gone dormant, or they are laying low because they know they are being relentlessly pursued by our security forces. In closing, Mr. President, I wish to extend, on behalf of a grateful nation, my deepest appreciation to the men and women of our security forces. Your service is not ordinary. It is marked by courage, sacrifice, and an unyielding commitment to the safety of every Jamaican. You stand on the front lines, often unseen and too often unthanked, yet you remain resolute. I encourage you, do not relent, do not waver, do not lose heart. The work you are doing is bearing fruit. The progress we now witness across Jamaica is a direct reflection of your discipline, your professionalism, and your bravery. Know this, your country sees you, your country values you, your country depends on you. Stand with your duty, firm in your duty, uphold the honor of your service, and continue to press forward with integrity and purpose. For in your hands rests not only the enforcement of law, but the preservation of peace, the protection of life, and the securing of Jamaica's future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tavares Finson.
Auntie.
You know you're getting old, Mr. President, when they start to call you auntie. But it's all right.
Auntie D.
What? Did you have company? So, Mr. President.
You should not have highlighted that, because I will recognize you as Senator Donna Scott Martin.
Mr. President, you know I always have a problem whenever I try to write anything down. So you'll forgive me. You'll forgive me if I appear very disorganized. I crave your indulgence, firstly, to, as leader who has been given the privilege of organizing my team, to say to the 5 recently appointed senators how deeply proud I am of their presentation. It is no accident that they have spoken early and spoken well. Mr. President, I am never long in speaking, and I can assure you that I'm very cognizant of the time and also the fact that a lot of what I have said has already been fully articulated by those on my side. But I want to say that in September, I had a shift in my appointment. And so I was given responsibility for foreign, regional, and diaspora affairs. And Mr. President, you know, when you get to look at life through different lens, you take a different view of everything. And so my view of the budget now is, as I listen, I say to myself, when this budget was being prepared, oil was $60 per barrel. It is now $100 per barrel and trending upwards. And I'm deeply concerned about the implications for our country, the implications for the budget, which has been so extolled. I do remember when we faced the international, the global financial meltdown. Minister Orly Shaw was then minister, and I recall that he said that Jamaica would not be at all impacted. And all I am cautioning is that even amidst the backslapping and the congratulations about this transformational budget, put together a little team to say what if. Because your supplementary estimates have to come earlier than usual. And you know, when I think about the increase of $1,000 in minimum wage, Senator Duncan, before it lands in their pockets, it's already eroded. Over the last 4 weeks, we have had increases every single week of $4.50 per liter on gas. And gas, you know, I drink a lot of water, you know, so I don't like them water joke there. I just want some of the $20 one to be sent to me. Senator Morgan is going to send me, oh, true, you always give me. But I want Senator Morgan to send me some of the $20 one. But the whole fact of the matter is that once gas is increased, everything is impacted. So the poor mother who is sending her child to school now has to consider how much more she's going to have to put on the lunch money. And the farmer has to think about his inputs. So the plummy tomatoes that we're getting now for $100 per pound, down from about $400, is going to be increased. When you get in your car, Senator Tomlinson, you have to now consider, not yourself. No, indeed, some of us have more than others. But how will your patients reach you? What is it that they have? No, I'm sorry, Thompson. How will your patients reach you? What will they have to endure? And the MSLP programs, which we have been speaking about, and I'm grateful to those who have touched on it because that was an area of deep concern for me. They too will now face inflated costs because our electricity, the cost of our electricity, is one of the highest ever. And we have already been served notice by JPS that we are going to face an increase. These are perilous times. I pray every night, and I'm a praying woman. I pray every night that good judgment and sound reason will prevail and that this war will come to an end. Mr. President, I want to say a word about the NHT. There are those on my side who are deeply steeped in finance who can't understand when I get outraged and say, but the Prime Minister says National Housing Trust is a financial institution. And they kind of look at me like, duh. Well, it is. In fact, if it were being ranked with other tiers, it would be about the third largest financial institution. Its assets are stronger than the whole entire building society sector. It is a formidable institution. So why do I get upset that it's called a financial institution? In May 2022, that is how the Prime Minister described it. He says that there are some people who really want to think it is a charitable institution and want it to be dedicated to social housing. And when I recall that Michael Manley was impelled to do this because he said housing is not supposed to be a privilege for the few, but a right which everybody should enjoy. Then I say, if you're going to make it into, if you're going to see through the lens of a financial institution, how are you going to meet that mandate? And you know what, Senator Morgan? So the whole system was changed, and now it's funded through the banks. I'm going to tell you about what happened to a client of mine. And she was really lucky that I was a lawyer. And she wasn't my client, I was a client for the vendor. And it's Maypen Clarendon, so you kind of know everybody. And you know, you understand, there are relationships. So when she went to purchase a house, she was unemployed. And NHT was going to give her the loan. By the time she went back for the second interview, she was employed. So NHT sent her to the bank. The bank said, no, you can't qualify for this loan. So they sent her back to NHT. NHT sent her back to the bank. And in between, she had to pay for another valuation. You know how much valuation reports cost? And the agony, the perhaps unintended consequences which she had to endure were such she almost lost a house and lost all the valuation costs, the surveyor's identification report, agreement for sale costs, and so on. So you have to think things through when you are implementing a system. Let me look at my notes to tell you that in the past there was actually the Observer, let me be clear, not the Gleaner, the Observer did an analysis of the NHT and found that in the past there would actually be an outspend on housing. Since 2023-24, contributions reached a record 56.6 billion, while housing expenditure fell to 30.2 billion, widening the gap between collections and housing deployments to its widest margin in more than a decade. I implore you to come up with creative ways in which you can deliver affordable housing. The Prime Minister listed a litany of woes, including, to my shock and amazement, one which spoke about the delay in approvals. And I remember when it was former Prime Minister Bruce Golding who had promised 90 days for approvals, and it still has not been done. When you talk about promises made and promises kept, let me tell you about one. I am standing in a parliament on Duke Street named Gordon House. It was promised that the new parliamentary building would have been started in 2020, 2021. And I'm still standing here. And I know that I'm going to hear a litany of excuses, but you will forgive me if when I look at the lens of this budget, which you say is so transformational, which outlines a vision, that I lack trust. And a budget should create credibility and trust. But just that one example of where we are right here debating should make you pause and think. And finally, because I've promised that I will be brief, not because it is that I don't have more to say. No, it's not finally, Minister, because I have to talk to you about Melissa. There are two names which were called constantly throughout the debate, not by you, but we heard Melissa and Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. But Melissa, the recovery from Melissa, from your own ministry, there are still persons living in schools as shelters. And I can tell you, I was not pleased when Dr. Troop explained that there were family members, they were related to teachers, there were relatives of this body or that body, and that everybody knew the persons very closely. In fact, that made me more dismayed, because I couldn't understand why the government was allowing this. And then I asked myself, was this the same school that they were given December 31st to move with no arrangements made? And now we are in March, and they're still in shelters. They are actually, according to the statistics which were delivered by the ministry, Senator Fitzhenley, by the ministry, there are 93 persons who are still in shelters. And the greatest amount was at Petersfield. I urge you, Minister, I implore you, I beseech you to give your attention to this. Children need a space in which they can learn. And it struck me that it was the police who raised the numbers about children who could not be located in St. Elizabeth. You see, they understand the connection between children not attending school and an increase in crime. They were actually wondering what had happened to these children, and no doubt wondering if they would end up in their custody. And Mr. President, you were not in the room when I spoke about my new responsibilities. So you will understand why I cannot overlook the issue of Cuba and the medical mission. I have heard the sneers about Cuba. I have heard the condemnation of socialism. But Cuba has never bombed anywhere. Cuba has never attempted to wage war. Cubans have been coming here for over 5 decades, and they have never attempted to impose their ideological beliefs on us. They have never attempted to impose, and be clear, Minister Hill, listen to me carefully, because I know about words. And when I use them, I understand what I'm saying. They have never imposed their ideological beliefs on us. Never. But here is a country that is being deprecated, a country where the government has supported a resolution to end the embargo. That's the irony. That's why I can't trust you all. Because every day you speak to all the things you do, and then in the next breath, you do something that completely contradicts it. It was in the House last year when Member Warmington chided Minister Terry Long for attempting to do that resolution in Spanish. Because the government was proudly, as they always do, calling for an end to the embargo. Yes, always, consistently. The Prime Minister mentioned it in his own budget debate. But this is a country, Cuba, where they have 99% literacy, where they have one of the best research programs, where they were able to develop COVID vaccine in the early years, and where all that they have done is try to help other countries through their medical missions. Now, the problem as I see it with the medical missions, is that because the intention is to ensure the demise of the Cuban regime, the Cuban administration, this is hurting them politically, economically. What is oppression, Senator Sinclair? Is oppression seeing a No, we need to debate it, because it is not remote that we might have to face it. Because if democracy means that you can look at a country and decide you like it and you want it for yourself, then that is a dangerous path. If democracy means that you can dictate who the government, I am just posing a scenario. I am just asking you what democracy is. And I'm asking you to contemplate. So, it's a year ago, exactly 1 year ago, March 27th, Marco Rubio visited Jamaica, exactly 1 year ago. On that occasion, the Prime Minister said that the Cuban program was in conformity with our labor laws. I breathe a sigh of relief because I know what the Cubans do for this country. I know that they serve in remote communities. I know that they do, even in the last week that they were here, because they were scheduled to leave on March 20, they extended their time and they did 20 eye surgeries per day. Now, in addition to doing all these eye surgeries, they provide critical cancer care. They also have a technical team that fixes their equipment, so there's never any downtime. And I will say that the Prime Minister said of the People's National Party, what would you do? I would ask of the Prime Minister, when you were negotiating this, when you were discussing it, did you negotiate a replacement for the Cubans who were going to leave? Did you decide that you were going to fill the vacuum? Because we're talking about March 2025, when obviously what was spoken was not what was being discussed. And so, if you don't negotiate a relief, if you're not getting something in return for giving up something, then I think you are a very poor negotiator. And I call you properly now, Senator Thompson. I do apologize. So I call him Tomlinson. So people are going to die. Because when this is what medical doctors have said. I have no understanding of it. When you're screened and diagnosed with an illness, but you can't get a date for life-saving surgery, the doctors themselves say this creates additional stress, which can be very dangerous for the patient. Well, you can't debate with me that people are going to go blind. Surely there's no room for that. So we are left with gaps in our healthcare system, ballooning costs in our healthcare system as we try to recruit from overseas, because we did not have courage. No courage. I promise I'm not being short as I had promised, but I remember, and I'm not going to tell you the whole of it, but I remember when Winston Churchill made a poem famous. It was actually a poem written by Claude McKay. And it came to my mind many times. When the Prime Minister spoke at the heads of government, I actually commended him on how he approached it. Let me be clear. I thought he had a difficult task. I thought he navigated it well. I thought, no, I did it in an interview. Come, Senator Morgan, you know me well. CVM. But let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If you will just give me Claude McKay's poem, Senator Thompson. I don't know if you like poetry. I do. It says, if we must die, let it not be like hogs, hunted and penned in an inglorious spot, while round us bark the mad and hungry dogs, making their mock of our cursed lot. If we must die, oh, let us nobly die, so that our precious blood will not be spent in vain. So even the monsters we defy shall be constrained to honor us, though dead. There is a place for principle, and people actually respect you when you demonstrate principle and integrity. When you are compliant and submissive and subservient, trust me, they will only take more advantage of you, because that is the psychology of human behavior. If it pleases you.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Scott Motley, yes. You quoted Churchill?
No, I quoted Churchill quoting Claude McKay.
McKay, okay.
Claude McKay was from
Yes,
Canada.
yes, I know. And he was from Clarendon.
James Hill.
Yes.
In James Hill.
I'm aware. Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. As we move into a new section, Senator Sinclair. Senator Sinclair, would you just light the next? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Just an inquiry. Just an inquiry. That school. You have anybody running over at the stadium this evening? Eh?
Question is which school? Mr. President, I stand in support of the bill before us entitled the Appropriations Bill 2026, just passed in the Lower House last Tuesday. Following the processes required and the sterling presentations, Mr. President, from our Minister of Finance, the Honorable Favour Williams, and the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Michael Holness. Mr. President, public expectations from a national budget presentation revolve around economic stability, improved quality of life, fiscal accountability. And what the citizens want to appreciate, Mr. President, is how the government revenue is raised, because it's secured from their taxes, how it will be used to address financial pressures as well as long-term development. And the budget presentation of this administration, Mr. President, meets the criteria in every respect. Mr. President, the bill was passed in the other place in this context, where Jamaica experienced good things happening by virtue of the actions and decisions made by an administration that appreciates the benefits of fiscal responsibility. Arising from this administration's stewardship of the affairs of Jamaica, we were able to experience a stable rate of exchange, Mr. President, and contrary to what was said by my colleague across the floor, young Senator Tomlinson, where we start to look through a particular lens, there are independent bodies outside of the jurisdiction of Jamaica that has given us high ratings, and I refer to Standard & Poor, Moody's, and Fitch. So we don't have to pay attention to what is said by those who look through a certain lens. Let us look on what international rating organizations speak about Jamaica. And they do give us high ratings, even on the passage of Melissa, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have experienced the lowest unemployment figures, 3.3%, lowest debt to GDP levels, and over the past 9 years, no new taxes, significant by this administration. Mr. President, this administration has taken the ship of Jamaica through two of the worst natural disasters ever experienced, namely COVID, and that is the worst worldwide pandemic for over a century, and hurricanes Beryl and Melissa. Two back-to-back storms, with the latter being the strongest hurricane ever to impact the region. Mr. President, to be able to produce this appropriations bill 2026 without overburdening Jamaicans with massive and oppressive taxes is testimony to the tremendous effort of the team led by our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Michael Rooney. The many Jamaicans who I have encountered have great appreciation and understanding that the revenue measures at this time, after experiencing so many consecutive years of no new taxes, that the revenue measures were unavoidable. I know in the Republic from where I come, Senator Bernard saw you at the Parliament in Montego Bay on one occasion. But you know that that is a diverse crew of persons. Diverse crew. We are in the Republic, and that is our Parliament. Diverse. We have people from the P side, the J side, no side, Mr. President. But you know, when you listen to the average man in our Parliament, Mr. President, the man who we will describe in legal terms as the man on the Clapham omnibus, Mr. President, they have no issue with the budget that has been presented by this administration. Mr. President, the people of Jamaica recognize that but for Hurricane Beryl and Melissa and the impact they had on the forward momentum of this administration, that we would more probably than not, would have been seen another year of no new taxes. But as I said, it was unavoidable. So, President, the impact of those storms have, however, concretized in the minds of Jamaicans here and across the diaspora that this administration has ensured, and I will quote the words of our Prime Minister, Jamaica's resilience is not only social and emotional, it is institutional, fiscal, and economic. Mr. President, the resilience shown is much appreciated by Jamaicans in Western Jamaica, in the parishes most highly affected by Hurricane Melissa. And I speak of St. James, Trelawney, Hanover, Westmoreland, and St. Elizabeth. When we ventured out, Mr. President, on October 29, 2026, there was great concern. The damage coupled with the loss of life was significant. I have not come across anyone who in some way or the other did not feel the wrath of Hurricane Melissa. We all give thanks to God, for as the saying goes, it could have been worse. We say thanks to all the donors, local and international, who responded to assist. We recognize the first responders and agency representatives who went beyond the call of duty, even when they themselves were affected. Mr. President, we, however, have a greater appreciation of the benefits of having an administration which recognizes the importance of building resilience. We appreciate even more the need to have an administration which has discipline, which is courageous, and able to maintain good governance over the many budget cycles from 2016 in the face of harsh but clearly unsound criticism from an opposition which sought to gaslight Jamaicans with fanciful spending. Mr. President, our administration was and continues to be able to respond post-Melissa to build back the lives and restore communities. Things may not happen as fast as we would all like, but the signs are positive, Mr. President. This administration was able to provide a loan from its own account of US $150 million, which assisted greatly in the restoration of electricity. Mr. President, when we spoke to JPS representatives in our EOC, they told us that their infrastructure in Western Jamaica, especially transmission lines that move power from St. James across the hills into other parishes, was literally destroyed. Mr. President, this loan that was provided has given us a report that up to 99% of electricity has now been restored across Western Jamaica. Mr. President, communities which suffered major infrastructure damage, the restoration process has started. Repairs to many of our roads, Mr. President, have started and are continuing. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security was able to distribute hundreds of thousands of care packages. And when you go back to the COVID era, where support had to be given through the various care programs, it signifies the importance of the resilience that we were able to build and be able to respond to Jamaicans who needed assistance at those critical junctures in their lives, and right now, as we have experienced, Minister. Mr. President, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security has currently allocated to thousands of Jamaicans over $8 billion to needy Jamaicans to repair their homes. And yes, while there are teething pains, corrective measures are being implemented to ease the burden on those people. This signifies, Mr. President, however, a need to have implemented, and we are building out the infrastructure for that, for the national identification system to be fully implemented. That will make distribution of social needs much easier without having to go through manual verifications as is presently being done, to ensure that there's transparency and accountability in the program. So I want to encourage at this time all Jamaicans to ensure that they are on board with the national identification system. Mr. President, a critical question that comes up at this time, though, and I found it a bit disingenuous and disheartening on the part of the opposition. When the government set up a system to solicit from internationally donations that will assist Jamaicans, the opposition set up their own system. They put out an advertisement. In fact, they sought to divide persons in making their contributions. But the question has been asked, where is the money that was raised by the opposition? That is the question that needs to be answered by them. Mr. President, over a month ago, the leader of the opposition said that he would present an account to the nation. Well, we have gone several weeks, and we don't hear no more communication about that accountability that was promised by the leader of the opposition. And if they want us to trust them, even as an opposition, then they must do what they have committed to. And that cannot be a difficult task, Mr. President. That cannot be a difficult task. Mr. President, the National Housing Trust has responded post-Melissa in a significant way. They have given moratoriums and loans, and they have provided grants to persons to do roof repairs. Grants, not loans, Mr. President, but grants. While it's doing so, they continue to provide loans to qualified Jamaicans to carry through, and they also presently are undertaking returns of contributions that persons are entitled to. So when persons come here and go out in the public space and seek to say that the taking our drawdown of $11 billion in support of the budget is impacting what the NHT does, that obviously is not true. But then the persons who raise that must ask themselves, Mr. President, what happened when they did what they did without a many money? The monies that were taken from the NHT to bail out someone in respect to outer money. And let me say this, that particular property is still burdening the public coffers. It is, because guess what? It is not generating revenue, but there is also a cost in providing security. So, Mr. President, this is what one writer said in relation to outer money. And I quote, "No one could have expected an entity so notably tasked would have found itself so mired in controversy." And I can take the controversy and make it into a slander. Right, Mr. President? So, persons are there, you're criticizing. But if the monies were not taken, Senator Duncan, then what would happen to the Jamaicans? We would burden them with more taxes? Would we be burdening the Jamaican people with more taxes? So, Mr. President, the criticism that we hear coming from across the floor, seeking to gaslight, I am saying and submitting in this chamber that it is not correct nor true. Mr. President, with my Western Jamaica bias, I and many others found excitement and hope in the presentation of our Prime Minister's commitment to resurgence and transformation. In the wake of Melissa, we must build for the future. There's a popular saying that one should never make a crisis go to waste. The Honorable Prime Minister captured it well when he said, and I quote, "The suffering of our Western parishes will not be a footnote in our national story. It will be the catalyst for our next great chapter." And that takes me into NARA, Mr. President. The creation of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority will soon be a reality. The bill for its creation has been tabled by the Prime Minister. And again, I heard Senator Tomlinson criticizing, and I asked myself, has he even read the bill? Has he even read the bill to be making some of the comments that he made this morning? And he lifted up a prop. And I asked the question, he said, the big yellow book, all of the big yellow book, look pristine compared to the one that is in the possession of Senator Morgan that have dog ears. Because what it is saying to me is that Senator Morgan, Mr. President, has gone through the big yellow book. Obviously, Senator Thompson did not go through that book. And the presentation from our colleague, Senator Tomlinson. Yes, Senator Tomlinson. But the presentation from our Minister of Education has put his comments totally to rest, because she has outlined what is being done in this present budget in the area of education. So, President, the NARA is a critical step that will be taken in the building and positive transformation of many of our urban spaces in the West and other areas in Jamaica. Through the function of NARA, it is expected that there will be greater coordination, speed, efficiency, improved standards in major development projects, which will improve the quality of life of Jamaicans, build and transform communities, enhance productivity, and accelerate national development. You come back? All right. I have more for you, don't worry yourself. Mr. President, specific to Western Jamaica parishes, it is expected that the NARA will play a significant role in the build-out of the new and improved Black River, the much-needed Hopewell, Sandy Bay, and Lucy bypass, the airport in the grid, the transformation of the Lucy Harbour, the revitalization of Montego Bay development. And Mr. President, in this building and transformation of the space in Western Jamaica, I highlight just those, but there are several others across Jamaica. Mr. President, this administration recognizes the cumbersome nature of our procurement and other development requirements. We have proven ourselves bold enough to take action where necessary to ease that burden. Our administration knows that development can go a far way in improving Jamaica's competitiveness, increase economic opportunities, resulting in increased and sustained revenues. The opposition, on the other hand, obviously, Mr. President, based on the comments that we have heard this morning, they do not understand that that is a critical part of ensuring we fast-track needed development. Mr. President, I remind the Senate that it was this Andrew Holness administration that passed legislation making the Montego Bay Perimeter Road a national project. And I was in the Senate, Senator Bernard, you knew, but the comments that came from across here, because that legislation sought to ease the procurement process. And you as a resident in St. James, you have seen the development taking place right before your eyes with a speed in massive infrastructure that is going to impact St. James significantly. And I will get to, don't worry. And other areas in Western Jamaica in a real way. You have seen it. They have started paving the road. We soon get to opening one more highway that will open great opportunities for development. And when it was that things were taking place in Kingston, Mr. President, in respect to Constant Spring Road, if you remember the comments that came from the opposition, and down by Portia Simpson Square, where they were improving Hagley Park Road, I believe it is. Mr. President, the comments that came from opposition at that time was that they were in lockdown Kingston, don't do it. Ease off of the development process. But this administration was able to do those projects. And look at us now, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, as I said, the legislation that we're bringing in respect to the NARA will ease some of the challenges that we have. Mr. President, opposition Senator again, Cleveland Tomlinson, where it's about timelines, I respond to him in this way. You don't worry yourself, man. And you know, you made some comments about the youth. If you reflect back on the 1970s, you know, when your great conceptualizer said to Jamaicans, take one of the 5 flights a day and leave Jamaica. It sounds like the same commentary he comes with, because what I want to ask him, what did Senator Tomlinson say to those youths in encouraging them to improve themselves, take the advantage of what was being offered through our Ministry of Education? Now we are hearing that you can go up to heart. What do you call it? Level 5? Level 5, right? Right now it's level 4. But we're offering up to level 5 right now, Mr. President, for free. So we have a way of upskilling our people. Mr. President, we don't want for them to be taking one of the 5 flights per day to go away. But listen to this. What you did was to create a brain drain in Jamaica that we're struggling to recover from. That is what you offer to the Jamaican people. The opposition offered that. The great conceptualizer that they seek to praise, Michael Manley, offered Jamaicans to take flight to go foreign, improve foreign, Mr. President. And then those are the same people that we're asking to contribute to Jamaica. Mr. President, but in respect to the timeline issue, the bill has been tabled. So that step has been taken. And unless you take the first step, you will never complete the journey. So we have taken the first step. So, President, we are in the process of doing the interview for NARA's Chief Executive Officer, Mr. President. At its far advanced, 5 persons have already been shortlisted and are being evaluated. Mr. President, the chairman of a credible independent oversight committee, Professor Peter Blair Henry, has been identified. I know what I found confusing on their side, Mr. President, today is that one senator is supporting it and one senator is bashing the person who has been appointed. It looks like you're confused on that side. In respect, you don't understand what is happening, man. Mr. President, this administration, unlike others, we act. We don't just talk. The Montego Bay Perimeter Road, which I spoke about, languished through 18 years of PNP administration, Mr. President. We got it done because we are an action administration. Mr. President, Harmony Park in Montego Bay, that wonderful park, languished through the PNP administration. We got it done, Mr. President. $1.3 million spent in doing the Harmony Beach Park. Mr. President, I highlight briefly these two things coming from our administration. We may be useful. So guess what? You, the people of Jamaica, can trust this administration to act in their benefit and with their interests at heart. And in respect to this development, again, in the affected parishes, announcement made in this budget, transfer tax has been reduced by 50% across the affected parishes. Very important. And when we reflect on a PNP administration, when transfer tax was 5%, Scott Motley, Senator, and we reduced it under Alisha to 4%, PNP increased it to 5%, and guess what happened? Under Nigel Clark as Minister of Finance, we reduced transfer tax to 2%. That's right. Our administration is a tax reduction type of administration. When we compare what you did with $60 billion in new taxes in 3 or 4 years, you understand that you are a taxation government. Mr. President, in recent times, 2 persons who sit in their lower house spoke about increasing taxes just before the election. That is what they're about. Yes, 2 persons over there spoke about increasing tax. We talk about reducing the burden of taxation on people. And we will look at the efficiency in the collection of what is here. And that is why we gave you 9 years of no new taxes. Mr. President, it was spoken about. The meeting yesterday to bring in the small and medium-sized businesses is something that is significant, allowing the persons to be able to participate in what is to come. That is how we take care of our people and improve business in Jamaica. Mr. President, I want to touch quickly on beach access in the last few minutes that I have. Alan, there is a hypocrisy on the part of the PNP in relation to beach access. A big hypocrisy. Mr. President, if you look on the policy that has been tabled by the Honorable Prime Minister, look on the first goal, which is stated on page 35. And I want the public to understand, the Beach Control Act is an act that was implemented by a PNP government. The amendment that they made to the Beach Control Act in 1973 was done under a PNP government. This administration, in tabling this policy and opening the discussion for greater beach access, Mr. President, that they are able to now jump on. The goal, number one, the goals of the beach access and management policy are, listen to this, establishment of effective institutional arrangements for the regulation and management of Bailey Beach. Nothing is wrong with that. But 2, increase physical access to the use and use of the foreshore, the floor of the sea, and the water column above it by all stakeholders. Not just a few, all stakeholders. But here the hypocrisy that I see coming from the PNP. Mr. President, there's an advertisement which is out in the public where two persons were in their lower house on the opposition bench doing a development. And part of the advertisement in that is that you will have access to a private beach. Not public access, you know. The people who purchase the multi-million-dollar property that they are selling will have access to a private beach. All right. Mr. President, in St. James, Rosal Beach, Damali Beach, Cornwall Beach was removed, not allowing public access by PNP administration. And in respect to Cornwall Beach, the hypocrisy of it is that Cornwall Beach was given to the people of St. James by Michael Manley and taken away under Portia Simpson Miller. And the attorney who presided over it, the attorney's firm that presided over it, is that of the leader of the opposition, Mr. President. Hypocrisy on the part of the PNP. And guess what? Take it easy. My time running out. Mr. President, one of the members on that side, within their family, of which they are gaining a benefit from it, Mr. President, owns a beach property, but the gate to that property is closed. They operate it for commercial purpose, but the gate is closed. There is no public access to the foreshore through their property. If they want to get up and stand up and talk who it is, then they have the opportunity to do so. Mr. President, this party, this administration respects beach access. We will have more discussion on that on another time, Mr. President. I thank you very much. I support the appropriation bill.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Sinclair, thank you very much. Senator Lambert Brown.
President, after that parochial presentation from the councillor from Mobile, I wish to bring us back to a moment where we can celebrate nationally. So I want to start, President, by congratulating the Reggae Boys on their victory last night. I think we should all applaud them. And let's hope that on Tuesday, they can win again. And for the second time, get to the World Cup. Democratic Republic of Congo, you don't know that? So we start there. Secondly, President, you and I hope that the College of Jamaica will prevail tomorrow. He's wearing purple. He's wearing purple.
1 minute.
But he didn't go to
One
KFC.
minute, please. Senator Abka Fitz-Henley, the man is talking about Jamaica College. He will do so unhindered by any remark from yourself. Go ahead, please.
Worse when he's wearing purple. Worse when he's wearing a purple tie. So, Mr. President, let's start there. By looking to our sportsmen and women. And that allows me to also, from this floor, salute and thank the people and government of Cuba who built for us the GC Foster college. Because it is that college that has allowed us to proliferate sporting coaches throughout many different disciplines and make us a world power in athletics. The Cubans help us there, and they help us in other schools. They help us in health for many years. Misunderstood. President, I was happy when this Prime Minister and yourself attended the funeral of Fidel Castro, who survived 11 presidents of the United States who attempted to kill him, every single one of them. I will never forget, President, the Cubans who sought Jamaica's assistance to allow them to transit to Angola, to stop the apartheidists who wanted to overrun Angola, and then to attack the ANC in South Africa. The Cuban internationalist fighter. And Jamaica paid a price. We paid a price because Kissinger came here to say we should not allow the Cubans any support. So it's clear to me. Nelson Mandela. Nelson. Is he finished yet? Nelson Mandela, that great freedom fighter, his first international visit after coming out of prison and becoming president was to Cuba, because Cuba has been a shining light of internationalism. I have all the time, you know. Because imbeciles like Marlon doesn't understand history. Doesn't understand history. And so I want from this parliament to thank our Cuban brothers and sisters for their internationalism and their support. Mr. President, you're right, and I hear the minister commending the teachers for staying. President, at my stage and age, I can claim to be the one person in this chamber who have heard the most budget presentations in the country. You have been out of the country a little bit studying. So I can claim. She also was out. Perfect. So I have been here, and I can say without fear of contradiction that between 62 and now, I have heard the most budget presentation. It's a huge thing. I show respect for it. And what it tells me is that much of the speeches I'm hearing here today, I've heard them before. There's nothing new under the sun. Ecclesiastes 1:9. That's what it says. There's nothing new under the sun. No, I've heard it, but you haven't heard my own. So you need to hear my own now. So, Mr. President, I've heard great announcements. I heard great re-announcements. I've even heard greater re-announcements. So let's take some. For many months, for years, in the lobby of this parliament was a miniature presentation of the new parliament. That's fine. I'm not sure you will be either. But, President, as I said to the then chairman of the UDC, Senator Ransford Bryan, that I don't expect that parliament, which was announced, for which groundbreaking took place. I think there's groundbreaking. But there's announcement after announcement. And that new parliament is again being re-announced. So it doesn't scare me about all of these announcements and grand announcements. Mr. President, I've heard and debated in this House needs. And who needs is going to do this and do that. All know I can't find it. But pardon me, Chairman, the toxicity of Marland can only be matched by the comments of Andre Stevens. I leave it to Andre. Yes, I leave it to Andre. So let me be clear. These announcements are just that. Most of them will never ever come to fruition under this government. Let's take, for example, this year, 2026. It is the 10th anniversary of some great announcements. And this is what this is 10? This is what Nigel Clark and the Prime Minister did. 5 in 4. 5 in 4. This is the 10th year of the announcement of 5 in 4. And so if it is 10 years, it is 2 times 5. But we don't have a 2% growth in a single year of those 10 years. In fact, as Senator Anderson pointed out, our average growth has been less than 1% per annum. 5 in 4. 10 years. 10 years. 2 times 5. And you can't even grow the economy 2%. So these announcements you're coming with in this budget leave the people of Jamaica with a lot of doubts. They know it's just a scam and a sham announcement. The proof of the pudding is in the doing. Minister of Education has come here, and I heard her praise up the Morant Bay Urban Center. And Minister, the sewer arrangement is not even in place. It's been fixed, but at the time of the announcement and the ribbon cutting, the point I'm making here is that you are good at making these announcements, but dealing with it is a problem. So when I listen to these presentations from the government, I got the impression that the budget was about 2 people. One, Andrew Oldest, and if you go to Ansard, the amount of time his name was called. So the budget's about Andrew Oldest. Second person is about a girl named Melissa. That's what this budget debate in the Senate this morning has been about. Melissa, blame Melissa, praise Andrew. 2 persons. That's all. Blame Melissa, praise Andrew. Mr. President, my name was called a lot. Mr. President, let me address very quickly. Let me deal very quickly with the issue of salary and productivity. Because Senator Duncan, I love and promote productivity. I am on record of signing an agreement with Backside Company called. I never did, but you don't know nothing about it. I never did, but I'm ignoring you. I signed an agreement called Salary and Wages Improvement, Productivity Earned, SWIPE. That's nice. I am even more ashamed of you for your ignorance. So, President, I stand for productivity. I tell you a story. A couple of years ago, at the Ministry of Finance, and Senator Gale might have been in that meeting. Nigel Clark, the minister, spoke about productivity-related wages, because a long time that discussion has been going on. I said to Nigel, my friend then, and still is, I said, Minister, can you show me one country anywhere in the world, where productivity-related pay in the public sector has been operated? So we can look at that model. Oh no, we can't get that. And there's a reason. And there's a reason. Because
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.